Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Hot Chips 33 live stream watch party thing. If you're tuning into this video after the fact, we're starting the watch party a little early. The presentations don't actually start for another 45 minutes. Hopefully we'll put timestamps in the video below. But for those of you here live, ready to watch Hot Chips, welcome. This is kind of like a pre-show party, and I can see people in the chat are saying that I'm active and online, and that's good to hear. Last time I tried using Streamlabs OBS, it was trouble. So hopefully this works. I've got some contingency plans coming in, and you can see in front of me we have a wide array of hot things. We have hot flaming hot Wotsits, we have Nando's hot flavored sauce, we have paprika flavored Pringles. I've got peri peri lotus seed chips. I've got a bag of chips from last year's Hot Chips. Literally says spicy twist, medium, hot buffalo wings. I'm not actually going to eat these because these are stale and horrid. And we've got some wasabi lotus seeds as well. And just to make you all envious, a Hot Chips water bottle, you know, alongside various drinks. The goal of this live stream is actually to go through the whole of Hot Chips today. 10 hours, which is going to be interspersed with breaks. I've put a list of exactly what's happening today. Times in Pacific. So in the UK, that's 8 hours. Right now, it's just gone 4 p.m. And we're going to go all the way until, 2, 3 a.m. my time. It's going to be a slog, but there are some breaks in there. When the breaks do occur and the lunches, I'll put on a front screen saying, you know, be right back or whatever. So those are the times where you really need to go to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab some food, and then come and head back and we'll start again. Edgar Lopez says, remember wasabi Funyuns. Fun fact, I saw Funyuns in the UK for the first time the other day. No, I didn't buy any. They're horrid. I tried them when I was in the US. So for those of you who might not know exactly what the plan is here, so Hot Chips as an event is a paid event. You have to pay to be a member as an entry fee. As part of the entry fee, you get access to the presentations live, you get access to the Slack channel, and you get the presentations in PDFs and you can rewatch them. Hot Chips makes all the presentations public, usually around late November, early December. But if you pay to go and essentially attend the conference, then you get all of that in advance for free. You pay and you get it. So what this watch party is and what this watch party isn't, this isn't me rebroadcasting the stream. What I normally do each year is do live blogs for AnandTech, or basically taking screenshots, individual frames of the video and writing what's happening so people who can follow along with the blog. What this watch party is essentially me doing those live blogs with chat. I've kind of put in together a chat window. Hopefully that's working well. And we're going to have a live viewer counter somewhere up here as well. We'll see how that fluctuates during the 10 hours. But yeah, it's not going to be a rebroadcast. But it is going to be essentially me doing the live blogs. People can hang out in chat. I'm going to also provide commentary, assuming I can talk and listen at the same time. The way I've got it up now is 3 screens. I've got 2 in front of me and then one that you can see to the side here. This one is taking care of the stream, so make sure that the stream is working. Then in front of me, I have the Hot Chips live stream on one screen and the AnandTech live blogs on the other. And fun fact, some of you know I like to automate everything. I've actually automated my screen capture software. So now I can just press 2 buttons and it saves the screenshot in the directory that I want, that I can upload to the live blog straight away. So I don't need to go alt print screen, paste into Paint, then save, then upload to the live blog. It's just 1 button, done, what have you. So it's going to be fun. And yeah, this start of Hot Chips watch party early, just to make sure everything's working, everything's going, and everybody's happy. And good to see everybody in the chat. MHH3, you hate paywalls. Yeah, but a conference like this is an industry conference. in normal times, it pays for the venue, it pays for the talks. In this case, you don't have to do that, but you still have to pay the people who are vetting the papers. I think on average, Hot Chips rejects or it accepts one paper in 16. I believe that was the numbers last year. So it does take a while to go through those papers to make sure that everything is on board. So it's TED, slight AV desync. YouTube tends to do that more recently than not often. And more often recently. I've noticed that on a few videos. I need to like restart my phone to get it working again. Jack Vanderbilt says, I actually bought one Synopsys stock based on your video. So Synopsys has the first keynote today. That's the 12:30 p.m. one. I've actually got an interview with the CEO, Art de Gois, later this week. We're going to be filming that. So if you do have any questions, ping me, email me, ian@anandtech.com. And I'll compile a list and see which ones work. You know how these interviews kind of go by now, I think. So if you do have any questions for Synopsys, please email them to me. And alongside all my hot chips, I have some kombucha. Whereas you have other streamers that talk about their beer, I'm talking about kombucha, coconut water, and a nice big cup of coffee here. So Harira asks, what's the red liquid? Yeah, that's kombucha. So the funny thing is, I've already made one video on hot chips, and I'm not talking about the Samsung video. I actually recorded it about an hour ago now. That's going to be a fun one, because it speaks about some really bad security regarding one of the companies involved in hot chips. I'll wait until hot chips is over before editing that and posting that, but that's a video to look out for. And thank you to the 200 plus of you who are already on stream. So the way this is going to go, in terms of how it's going to look, let's see if I can get this screen up. This is going to be our watch party screen. I hope you can see. This is going to be quite detailed because I know that people are just going to pop in and see what's going on. So we do have the chat window. We do have the schedule in the same location. I'm here in the bottom left. We're going to have AnandTech in the middle. I'm going to have to play with that as and when that works, because those of you who know OBS knows that you have to interact with web pages, and that's what the page looks like now. I'll enable live blog mode soon. So top right, I think, says visit hotchips.org to sign up for the presentations and Q&A. I think it's $160 if you're not an IEEE member and you're not a student, which, to be honest, for a conference like this, even though it's virtual, is great. Bottom right explains what hot chips is, and can't actually read what I wrote there. Let me blow it up. Yeah, annual industry conference focused on latest semiconductor developments. Presentations are paywalled. Like I said, follow along with the live blogs, join the chat, or sign up. Because YouTube allows for super chats and stuff, I do know that some people like to do this, and many props to you. But the goal is I want TechTechPotato to be a sponsor for next year's hot chips. Minimum sponsorship level is about $2,500, and for some reason it'll only let me put the donation in pounds. So we're going to have, a stretch goal for the whole hot chips conference, and that's going to be right up there in the top right corner. Should any of you want to do some super chats, I know it's going to go on for a long while. And regardless of how that goes, we're still going to have a great time, and there'll be perhaps events through the year where we can also put towards that goal. That's going to be good. And Ziggurat, how are you doing? I slept until noon, so I should be okay, assuming plenty of coffee, which is now off camera. You can now only see a few of my hot chips. But let's see. I'm going to see if I can navigate this to hotchips.org, if this will let me. Okay, so this is the Hot Chips website. For those of you who haven't come here before, it's acting as if I've got an 800 by 600 screen. So Hot Chips are the 3 sponsors. Intel gets the rhodium because that's one above platinum, and then we get silver and other. So we're going for the silver tier for next year's sponsorship. Let's see if we can get in there. And then register now. $160, as you can perhaps see there. For the professional non-member, and if you're a student, it's only $65. And the program today, so we technically already had day 0. That was yesterday, with the materials on machine learning and packaging. The packaging one was actually quite good. And I kind of, if you do get a chance to view this after the fact, or view when Hot Chips puts it all on YouTube, go watch this Intel Packaging Technologies. I found Ravi and Sandeep did a really, really good job on those presentations. If you ever wanted to know everything about packaging technology in the industry today, the Intel one and then followed by the TSMC one gives you practically the whole overview on what's being productized and what's in the pipe. Those are really good. But today we have the CPU section, Alder Lake, Zen 3, IBM Z. That's going to be a good one. I've actually been pre-briefed on that one. I haven't had a chance to write anything up, but... And then Sapphire Rapids, academic spin-out chips. I'm not actually going to be live blogging these because it's hard to live blog everything during the 2 days. It is a bit of a strain, and so I do have to pick and choose which ones I do and don't want to do. And I'm gonna break for those. But then we're gonna go into the keynote with Synopsys, then a lunch, then IPUs and DPUs. So we're gonna have ARM Neoverse 2, NVIDIA's Bluefield. We think this is Bluefield 3. And then Intel SmartNIC, which was just announced back at Architecture Day. Skydio is having the second keynote. For some reason, we've got 3 keynotes this year. Autonomy Engine enable next generation of autonomous flight, and then some enabling technologies on heterogeneous computing for automotive, RISC-V 5G, and then Aquabolt XL, which is Samsung's processing in memory architecture. This is quite interesting as well. I got briefed on this, and I asked a lot of questions, so it's going to be fun. But that's going to be Hot Chips. And yeah, if you just go to hotchips.org, you can still sign up. I don't get, this is not a hashtag ad. Let's just put it clearly that way. There's nothing. They don't give me anything for doing this. I just really love the conference. This will be my 7th year, I think, covering it. So let's move that back to AnandTech.com. And let's go back to full screen for a bit, because we've still got half an hour to go. And the stream for people like me is already up and running, but it's just on a loop right now. Just showing the sponsors, saying what's happening today, and then the logo. This is usually what happens until it starts. So as it gets going in about half an hour, yeah, then I'll start showing all the live logs. And I hope everything's working all right for you guys. Cake Jure asks, are you a kombucha enthusiast by any chance? No, just got a liter of this at the weekend, and mind you, it'll be gone before the time it starts. So, and these are all on my special CPU coasters. Ryzen Threadripper here. I've got an Intel one. I've got a Buckminster Fullerene one. All quite fun stuff. And Dom's in the chat. Hi, Dom. Intel got the DoD contract Yeah, the only thing missing from that is I'm not sure if anybody saw what the dollar value was. I mean, let's put it this way: the DoD only really had two main options if it wants high performance chips, and that's what Global Foundry is and Intel. So, Ziggurat asking, what keyboard are you using? It sounds like Cherry Blues. Yes, I'm using a Rosewill. I think it's an RK 9100 that was released 8-9 years ago with blues. So there's going to be a lot of clicky clack on stream. Maybe I can point this more at me rather than the keyboard. Pringles aren't chips. Ian needs Lays. So UK doesn't have Lays. We have Walkers. Our brand is called Walkers. Don't have Lays. And can you do some typing so we can see if the noise cancelling stuff needs adjusting? So I actually already have a massive fan under the desk, so I'm quite warm. But yeah, RTX voice is up full. You're still going to hear some clicky clacky. Sorry. But we should have bought chips for the show. If you run out, you've got a good 25 minutes before the introduction start. Before the first talk starts on Alder Lake, you've got about 40 minutes. So run to the shops. Oh, but yeah. Now it's just a case of waiting. But Hot Chips is a favorite conference because every year they do some really interesting talks. It's changed a bit over the years because we've moved more into AI chips. There's now, for the last 2 years, 3 years now, there's now been a section dedicated on AI inference and AI training, machine learning training, machine learning inference. So those now take up 2 of the massive sections. It's I've been saying to the Hot Chips organizers, because it's 2 days of 10 hours of really dense talks, we really need to make it 3 days. They're reluctant to do that, so they keep cramming more talks in. It's because they think that people won't stick around for 3 days for a conference like this. So, and you'll notice that in both days, the first talk of the day and the last talk of the day are usually really interesting, so they want you in early in the morning and late in the evening. Now, don't get me wrong, I really love the Hot Chips organizers and volunteers. They do a great job. I do wish sometimes that some talks would also be double length very easily. I mean, they do some, there's some Q&A after every talk. So the talks are meant to last half an hour, except keynotes that are an hour. That is usually 25 minutes plus some Q&A. Half the time we don't get to any Q&A, and the other half of the time there's more Qs than there is time for. That's why with the virtual Hot Chips, if you sign up, you actually get invited into the Slack channel, and Slack will, you're able to ask your questions in there, and that's where the questions are taken from. But also most of the speakers are also in the Slack, so they will also answer questions after the fact, whereas at a physical conference you usually have to chase them down, and sometimes they run away, like Tachyon and Nantero did in previous years. Don't you say crisps because you're not American? Yes, but Hot Chips, crisps, potatoes. That's the big joke. That's why the channel exists. And yeah, cheeky Nando's. This is actually unopened. I think my favorite hot sauce is a good buffalo hot sauce. It's I like the sweet hot sauces. The peppery ones I'm not too keen on, but the sweet ones, yeah, they're pretty good. Feels like with new technology on the horizon, such as high core counts DDR5, PCIe 5, we're going to go back to the good old days where the computer is being obsolete every 2 years. No, not really. So the jump from PCIe 3 to PCIe 4 took a really long time, and then the PCIe 6 standards decided to, go faster rate. So they're trying to accelerate faster, but to be honest, you get to a certain point and enough bandwidth is enough for consumers, and You could argue PCIe 4 and PCIe 5 are that. The only thing they really bring to the market is the fact that you can now do so much on one lane, it saves a lot of power. With regards to DDR5, again, those are slow transitions. It just so happens that we're having a lot at once. So you go to most tech websites, they'll tell you that if you buy a system today, you know, a good system today, it will easily last you 3-5 years. Come back when DDR5 is mature. So yeah. Did I watch Le Mans yesterday? No, I was preparing for this. A lot of what you see on the screen is what I was preparing for. So DBZ. Sorry, call me please. What time zone is 9 a.m.? It literally says times in PT, Pacific. So 9 a.m. Pacific is in about 40 minutes. And yeah, DBZ 1029 says, what do you think of Dojo? Dojo is really exciting. I want to do a dedicated video on it, especially because yesterday TSMC spoke a good amount about their silicon on wafer technology. So Kostya Balik, thank you for the 200 rubles. This is a little donation for you for your work. That will damage your sleep cycle for sure. Yeah. Normally for this event, I'd be on Pacific time and it'd be easy because I'd be actually on site. But thank you, Kostya, for the 200 rubles. Then Burrito, $5. Hope this helps your goal. Always wanted to thank you for helping a simpleton like me understand the complicated, dense subjects you cover. Potate gang. It's thank you, Burrito. It's a funny story. I think one of my most read or praised articles were the ones that I really took it from the what is a CPU level and went right down. It's the more I write, the more I do videos as well, especially the more I understand how necessary it is to layer the complexity into your articles, into your content. So hopefully I can take everybody all the way through from beginning to end, regardless of your level. Sometimes that doesn't always happen, but apologies. It's been doing it for 10 years. It's still a learning process. Jerry asks, has Brexit-related delays affected your work, like parts shipping, new visa travel requirements, not COVID-related? Not yet, because we haven't really been traveling. It shouldn't be too hard for me to get a visa to Europe. In terms of packages, it does mean that getting packages from the EU is a bit more tricky because they now get flagged more often for import taxes. It is a benefit in some ways because now if a company wants to ship me something from the US, half the time before they'd ship it via Amsterdam because they have a hub there and there's lower import charges, and then they'd ship it onto the UK and it'd be cheaper for them. Now it's just easy for them to directly ship it to me. So that helps. So Namib J says, what do you think of IBM's DDIMM approach? Is that the open CAPI memory interface, OMI? I really like OMI from IBM. I don't think IBM won't talk about DDIMM, I think, in this presentation, to be honest. So, is there an Ian vid playing under the stream? Definitely, I heard you. Watch your minimum spec in the background. So, I've got, like streamers do, there's an alert box that comes up just here. So when anybody subscribes or anybody makes a donation, it'll pop up there and it will say, what's your minimum specification? So there is that. I have made it slightly quiet because I don't want it interfering necessarily with the text. I can't hear it, thankfully, because I really want to focus on the stream. Though that being said, I couldn't get it in my ears anyway when I tried in a startup for this. So can we have some videos on Intel Foveros Namib technology from Shutosh? So the goal is, if I can redo Intel's tutorial on packaging, then for sure I will go through the slides. Nikaru asks, are you an introvert or an extrovert? Definitely an introvert, extrovert when I can be. Will says the lattice wrap you shared on Twitter was amazing. Twitter at Ian Cutress. Lattice Semi has a video from 2011 about an FPGA they used to make, and it's a proper banging rap. I've already downloaded it, and because that channel is no longer there, I kind of want to post it again. Skyburner asks, when are you going to co-host the WAN show? Now, I've spoken to Linus about this. Because of the time they do it, and because it's so varied when they start, having a co-host on is actually difficult for them to organize. It'd be much easier if I was on location. So yeah, if I was, it's when I go traveling again, I need to do a full US tour of all the people I've said who I'll visit. So that's in New York, Malta. I need to go see Wendell, and Alan is nearby. I know Wendell's just done a video with Alan, so we should all meet up. I want to go see Tech Deals. They're in Dallas, I think. Then I need to go to Austin to see a few companies. I need to see the Bay Area. Excuse me, to see a few companies. I need to go to Oregon to see a few companies, and then up to Vancouver, and then I don't know, vacation. That's what's needed. I do want to kind of do a whole route. Sorry, Hardware Unboxed. You're a bit too far away. And Nabib J says, yes, speaking about IBM's OMI. To be honest, OMI is a fantastic... I think it sounds like a really fantastic technology when I covered it before. But even though it's open, I think a lot of companies are deciding to go down the CXL route for the future. So we'll see there. We've got about another 15 minutes before they start with the introductions to the event. And Ziggurat with the 50 Norwegian kroner, thank you. I suggest the book, but How Do It Know by J. Clark Scott. It's a great book about how the CPU works down to the logic gate level. I'll be honest, my knowledge kind of below microarchitecture kind of stops a little bit. So yeah, I would love to do some more research, but my time is so pulled so many ways these days. €5 from Playsthus. Thank you. TechTechPotato. Potato is the imposter. Always the imposter. Christopher Coonan asks, are you in the US or the UK? I'm in the UK. And Jerry Watson, thanks for the $2, mate. Much appreciated. And oh yeah, thanks for answering my question. Love your work. Thanks. It's YouTube is being funky. It's for all the streams I've done today, I didn't realize that there was a tab in YouTube streaming deck which says viewer activity for the super chats. But again, thank you all for the super chats. It really is much appreciated. Prime Directive asks, will the launch of DDR5 affect DDR4 prices? Unlikely. DDR5 is going to be a premium. It's going to be a server product first. I'm really surprised Team Group even sold consumer parts already. What's your minimum specification? Wedding has subscribed. Thanks, mate. Jack says, how about using the OCP quantum clock for synchronizing GPUs in SLI Crossfire? So funny thing, I actually asked Intel about Arc doing some form of multi-GPU, and they said no comment. Unlikely, but no comment. The Sunniverse says, traveling 10,000 miles to be on site for the WAN show is easier than being a remote guest. Yeah. But in a normal year, I'm in the US once or twice a month, so it's just a short hop up. Spec FJ says Robina or Aftershock. No, kombucha. Actually, it's gone now. Let's change over to the coffee. It's actually nice and cool now. John O'Shea donates $20. Thank you. Just wanted to say keep up the good work. Here's a little something for your US trip. John, everything from this stream is initially going into being for. We want to be sponsors. TechTechPotato wants to sponsor next year's Hot Chips. The goal is very much achievable, I think, over time. Obviously, this will be the first stream, perhaps in many, in which we move towards that goal. So let's see how well that goes. Image J, I think, yeah, we need a. There's a video in discussing OMI versus CXL versus DDR. There definitely is. Whether I'll have time ever to do it, but don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's if everybody moved to OMI, it would make it a lot easier. I think. Just from a capacity, just from a scale out point of view, the next problem would be, would anybody understand it? Trowatches asks, do you have an officially recommended crisps for the channel? Not yet. I have not been approached by any big names to recommend chips. I can be bought off for chips, I think, maybe. Guzio asks, what even is OMI? Open CAPI memory interface. It's like an open memory interface which does massive scaling and massive disaggregation of memory. Imagine putting 2 petabytes of memory into your server. OMI can enable that, but OMI can also be partitioned off for storage, and the open CAPI interface can be partitioned off into direct CPU to CPU links as well. AF asks, speaking of microarchitecture, any tips on how to get into how a CPU works? As a hobby software dev, I'd like to dive more into exactly what I'm doing. So actually, Jim Keller had a really good thing about this. It's, if you ever want to learn anything, don't worry about how complex the material you're reading is or watching. Just read it and watch it. Even if you don't understand it, you'll absorb some. And over time, it's essentially like osmosis. If your brain gets to a point where you can pattern recognize quite well, you can infer a lot of information just by absorbing, even passively, some of this information. But a lot of people, myself included, don't like tackling a subject unless we can accurately define every sentence that passes our eyes, that we can grok those sentences. Keller's attitude is very much the opposite end. It's like, just consume everything. What stays, stays. What doesn't stay, doesn't stay. But over time, you'll read the same thing multiple times, and you'll get there. So sorry if I don't get to your questions, but we are going to start here in just under 10 minutes. Alex Gravenor asks, what's your doctorate in? Computational electrochemistry. I do have a live stream, which is me going through all of my thesis, all of my viva. That's on the channel. That's a live stream. It's well worth a watch because people have been asking for that, and I finally got some time to put it smack down on video, and that answers a lot of questions. Though you do have to watch it for 2 hours. It's another great t-shirt. I was thinking about what t-shirt to wear. I've got a Chain Bear F1 t-shirt. I've got a few Star Trek-y ones. We've got some breaks. Maybe I'll change. But this one is comfortable. This one's really comfortable. This is this HPC is from Supercomputing 2019. I wanted to buy a Supercomputing 2020 t-shirt, but they had some problems with international shipping and nothing ever arrived. Wasn't even sure. Wasn't even sure if I was charged for it. But Sam Moore says the standard intro textbook for CPU architecture is computer organization design. Excuse me. I think I have that one. I've had it for 5 years, and I think I've got about 7 pages in. That's how much time I've had. So, but that is also a bit dense. Potato mukbang. No, you don't really want to see me. I might be munching on stream. Actually, let's dig in. Let's dig into the Karma Bites, the wasabi locust seeds. I've eaten these on the stream before. They're really, really nice. That being said, don't Don't eat and stream, because then you have to talk while you're eating, and yeah, it's not polite, but we'll get by. In the bin. Quantum Infinity is asking about Apple architecture and stuff, M1X variants. That's all rumor still, and I think I've made my not really too keen on talking about rumors. I mean, half of them come to nothing. I mean, I've seen people speaking about the M3 processors already. It's like, come on. I see that the Hot Chips guys are actually playing with the stream. I saw a few things pop up, but we're still back into the waiting room for now. And yeah, so to reiterate before we start, for anybody that's just coming in, this is a Hot Chips watch party. Hot Chips is an industry conference about the latest and greatest in usually big silicon. The conference itself is a pay to participate conference. So what we're doing here at this watch party is I'm not rebroadcasting the stream. That would be very wrong. What we're doing is, for people who have access, you can watch along with me, with everybody in the chat, and start and talk about what's being presented. What I'll be doing is I'll be doing my live blogs for AnandTech, and they will be shown on the screen as I'm writing them. So if you don't have access to the event, you can follow along with the live blogs on this stream as well. I'll be trying to talk as much as I can talk while listening about what they're doing. And again, come in with the comments, thoughts about what's being presented. Everything on this right, this is our schedule for the day. This will also be up when we start doing the live blogs. There are a few breaks in there, so I will be going off to empty the bladder and get a meal at a couple of points, because it is set to go on for about 10 hours. First topic up here is CPUs, but we're going to have about 15 minutes of intro to Hot Chips before that. Feel free to come in, come out with the stream. As part of the stream, we will, if you want to do super chats, we are taking super chats, and what those will go towards is TechTechPotato sponsoring Hot Chips next year. The minimum bar for the low end for the sponsors is readily achievable, let's say. And over this stream and perhaps a few more streams, I know you guys like to do super chats, and I'm really thankful that you do. Those will all be going towards getting, that lovely potato logo that we all love and adore, onto the Hot Chips official webpage and presentations and such. And I know a few of you have been asking for plushies and pins with a potato logo. I do need to look into that. I do know it's my time is being pulled in about 18 different directions. I've got multiple video ideas to process, but that will be coming. So if you're staying here for Hot Chips today, there will also be 10 hours of Hot Chips tomorrow. And the way I've got it set up is on this, I have the stream so I can see what you guys are doing, make sure the stream's healthy. I've got my Hot Chips presentation on screen just to my left here. I've got a personal script on there for capturing the presentation as it goes on. And then on my right, I'll have my AnandTech live blogs. And then you guys should see the live blog screen. I think we should actually move over to that now. And this is a screen that you should all be seeing. And I should start the AnandTech live blog. This where's it going in? And let's go to live blog. During the presentations, apologies if I don't pay that much attention to chat, because it is, yeah, I do need 3 eyes and 4 hands and 2 brains to do everything. So that should be up and running. Let me go into the stream. And here we have the Hot Chips live blog, and that should auto update. I do have it kind of here on the screen as well, to my left. So let's see how that goes. And if you let me just check to make sure it's all working. Oh, well, my donation goal isn't working, so Streamlabs isn't picking that up. Oh boy. And I have not gone into enough of Streamlabs to know how it works.
What's your minimum specification?
Oh, not updating. Let's do it. Gaming optimized, no. Yeah, I'm not gonna be showcasing the video, the audio. So is the quality coming out? For some reason, it's only giving me 360p, but some people are getting 1080p. Need to mute my social medias, so they'll be pinging in my ear. And yeah. Okay. Stream should be starting momentarily. It usually starts with 15 minutes of pre-show info to begin. And with any luck, the stream should be updating with my, there might be a delay. As always with streams, Usually a 20-second delay.
What's your minimum specification?
Yep, okay, they're showing up. That's fantastic. Now I need to make sure I have my screenshot software. We upload image. Okay, looks like we're going to start now. Yep, there's Ian Brett from ARM. Oversee chair. Sponsor acknowledgement to begin with. Hopefully that's TechTechPotato next year. It's perhaps irrelevant for the but let's see. Yep. So I'll put the sponsors up, and yeah, we definitely want the definitely want TechTechPotato there next year. So right now they're just going through for members, for people who have paid to be there, that speaking about the Slack, separate Slack channels for every talk, for posters, sponsors, tutorials. There will be an applause thread at the end of each talk where you can thank the speaker. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be paying too much attention to the Slack today. Last year I did. So I might not be asking as many questions. Apparently some attendees are having issues with too many from the same company on the same VPN. That's funny. It's quite funny. One World Gaming, I'm not rebroadcasting the audio. You should just be able to hear me. They're talking about that they're rating questions by the number of thumbs up in the Slack. It's behind the scenes. Volunteer run conference. Loads of committees, but loads of different companies involved, except one. You'll notice that there's one missing, and I'm not speaking about AMD. The other one that begins with A, that tends to be a fruit. Joto, you're saying you find the $65 student pricing for an online conference insane. What, you mean too high or too low? The idea is that hopefully you have research funding that will pay for something like that. The sponsor image looks like somebody tries to use paint. One of the issues is that a lot of the logos provided are really low quality. You'd think they'd do a bit better, but the picture in the bottom left with all the studio, it's funny because I've been behind the curtain at the event where we normally hold it physically, and yeah, it kind of looks like that. Joto, too high. You have to speak to your research supervisor. Perhaps it's worth asking to Hot Chips if they'll do a student scholarship. It's interesting, they might do. If you're studying your bachelor's, then yeah, okay. I was thinking perhaps you're in your master's or PhD. That's fair enough. Okay. So co-chair, Elisa Schreier is up, and here are the committee members. And, I need to turn up my audio. Yep. Identify keynote speakers. Identify keynote speakers. Solicit papers for talks. What's your favorite ISA? Malbolge. Or white space. That's always fun. Explaining that this is deep details. Talking about the tutorials yesterday. This is what was in the tutorials. Machine learning performance and advanced packaging. Again, if you have a chance to go see these, definitely go do the advanced packaging one, especially. Yeah, no Apple. Never any Apple at this event. Apple never present. Apple never participate. They ask a lot of questions. AJ Klein, wow. Thanks for the $100 donation. Thanks for the streams. This is for the Pi calculation hard drives if Linus cannot get you the hookup. I've got a few avenues for that. So for those of you who did see my Pi video, it has actually been verified now. That calculation, that is a new record, which means what I need is further away. But we'll get there. We'll get there. So we're still going through the tutorials from yesterday. Kostya, yeah, I will probably mispronounce Natalia Veseleva as well. Be interesting to get her on for an interview, speak about Cerebrus for sure. I mean, normally I speak to Andrew Feldman, the CEO, and he's a right laugh. Though when we talk, it's probably best not presented because it's just full of jokes. Not appropriate for interview jokes, I should say. 3 keynotes. Art to Gois or Art to Juice. It is Gois, isn't it? Where are my Dutch viewers at? It is Art to Gois, isn't it? But then we're just going to have Skydio. Let's see. Synopsys is on AI in EDA. Let's see. Delay on the AnandTech website. Skydio on autonomous flight. And then the last keynote is going to be from Department of Energy on AI chips and challenges. So from a DOE perspective, that's going to be a bit of a different talk. There you go. Programs. 85 submissions, 27 talks were accepted. So what's that? So one in 3. And then this is going to be the sessions. We're going to cover most of these. Chips enabling chips. That's a great quote. That's basically the title of Synopsys' talk, Chips Enabling Chips. Johto, gigabytes of L4. I'll tell you that now. IBM Z is going to be a fun talk. Very, very fun talk. AR contact lenses. Q&A process through Slack. 18 posters. If you've seen my Samsung DDR5 video, that's on a poster. I speak a little bit about the posters there. Posters from all over. Slack channels, you can interact with the presenters. Presenters, some of them are on site, some of them are remote. And then enjoy hot chips. Get comfortable. Are you ready for 10 hours of live blogs? Come on. So first session CPUs, all about latest hot chips. That's where I started. And the chair for the session is Nam-Sung Kim, who is the Aquabolt XL presenter for the last talk today. That's an interesting one. So. Okay, first session, here we go. So the session chair will do basic introductions for each talk and also manage the Q&A at the end of each talk. So state of the art CPUs. So Intel Alder Lake, AMD Zen 3, IBM Z, called the Telum processor. That's going to be fun. And then Sapphire Rapids. So FE Rotem for Intel for the Alder Lake. If you caught our Alder Lake microarchitecture coverage, that is going to go into a lot. That goes into a lot more detail than this. The coverage on AnandTech. I didn't do a video on the channel because I just haven't had time. That was that when hot chips and Intel's architecture kind of relaxes. Yeah, then we're going to have some time. Okay, first talk starting up. Airframe routine, lead client, power performance in Alder Lake. And I have to apologize that these slides are going to be a bit yellow. It's a problem with the system that they use. Why and how of Alder Lake. So if you want to see me do live blogs, this is kind of what it looks like. Most apps are single thread or lightly multi-thread. Increase in support of machine learning. John, Hot Chips uploads the streams publicly in December. Only if you're actually attend the conference and pay your entry fee, you get access earlier. Yes, IBM Telum. You'll see. So, working on smarter structures and new instructions for machine learning. Talking about multi-core, duplicating multi-core. Moore's law, Denner scaling. Two new cores, P-core and E-core. This graph is quite weird. It makes it look like the P-core is really bad for multi-thread. No, the problem is E-core is groups of E-cores in this diagram. Problem is you've lost AVX 512 as well. Performance hybrid. They are trying to condense a 1 hour presentation into 20 minutes here, so benefit of the doubt. They're going to miss a few things on purpose. Sorry, let me just... So one of the things is both the cores has a 6-wide decode engine, except that the E-core has a 2x3 wide. E-core has shared L2. And here we go into performance and efficiency. These diagrams are slightly different to what we were given in Architecture Day. So comparing an E-core to a P-core, P-core is plus 50% single thread performance over the E-core. They did say the E-core was going to be slightly better than Skylake, though. That doesn't sound right. Then the multi-threads. Yeah. That's a 2+8 versus a 4. That's not talking about 1 thread per P-core or 2 threads per P-core. So now scalable SoC architecture. So now we have the UP4, UP3 mobile processors along with the desktop processors. So we have 2+8, 6+8, and 8+8 for P-core plus E-core. And then this is the I/O diagram, just going up now. This is amalgamating everything that we saw in Architecture Day with PCIe and DDR5. I do wonder what the power consumption is going to be on Gen 5. I wonder if most of the time it will run in Gen 4 unless it really, really needs to. NebibJ, there's no AVX 512 at all. This is designed to be modular. So the idea is that Intel should be able to mix and match for future products. It doesn't work that way easily though. But you will notice 96 EUs on mobile, 32 EUs on desktop. Because, I mean, what would happen if they did all eCore? I want to see that. Come on. Why'd that be 8, 16, 24, 32, 40 eCores in the same as an 8+8? Come on. Was Machine Man, will ADL have AVX 512? No, even if you disable all the eCores, AVX 512 is not present. It's simply fused off. They're using it as dark silicon. Only mobile will get native Thunderbolt. Exposed to the OS's logical processors. Smartness is built into the hardware. It's Intel Thread Director, not Intel Threadripper, like one Intel marketing person accidentally said. But I keep saying it's Threat Detector, which is a different TDT platform that Intel does. Thread Director is mostly for Windows 11. If you're going to ask about Linux, ask again next year. J340, yes. AVX 512 for Rocket Lake and no AVX 512 for Alder Lake. And if next generation does have it, it's going to be hard. J340, how will Linux and macOS handle the eCores? Difficult. Or, yeah, just in the same way it does energy-aware scheduling and hot plug of cores now. All the explicit things that Thread Director can do with its onboard microcontroller. Linux won't have access to that, and it's going to be hard to implement it as well. So this is how Thread Director works. This is a good slide, this one. 4 classes of workload. So Thread Director. Oh, the predictor is machine learning. It's machine learning based. Well, not nanosecond by nanosecond, is it? It's by microsecond by microsecond. Bucket it into the classes for the OS scheduler on the order of 30 microseconds. Core 2, Core IPC is the main metric. That's interesting. Yeah, we're going to have to go through this graph if I specifically speak about Thread Director in a video. Didn't really write about classes in the AnandTech article, but this is the extended version of that discussion. But let's see. VC Pester, $5, thank you. How many chips would you need to eat to become self-aware? Too many. So, one thing I did say in my article on AnandTech is to look at Intel EHFI, and this is that. EHFI. Oh, get a sneeze.
What's your minimum specification?
Excuse me. This is more detail about Thread Director. Sneezing, I need some tissues. Oh. Oh. So every processor gets a section in the table. And it has a value for perf and efficiency, and workload is compared. So for each class, either the P-core or the E-core is better for performance depending on what sort of workload it is. In this situation, there is no P-core and E-core because it's just a direct table in main memory. This is basically the right way to do this. It means that you can have 16 different types of core, which may very well happen in the future. So thank you for the $5, Fantasy Engineered. Drop in the mic. But yeah, this is the worry where I had when Intel first announced Alder Lake, whether this is going to be the sort of thing that's going to be there. And this couldn't have been done in Windows 10, basically. This is why you need Windows 11. So sometimes it makes sense to coalesce a software thread to fewer cores or the same set of cores. That's what he said. So this table can be updated. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to do a separate video on Thread Director. OS has the idea of priority over thread, and the Thread Director essentially gives hints to the OS scheduler. So the Thread Director can suggest which cores need to be promoted, which cores can be relegated, or which threads can be relegated, but the OS is the final arbiter of that decision. So basically, the OS scheduler is the captain, and the Thread Director essentially tries to give the captain as much information as possible, but the captain ultimately makes the decision. Don't ask me who's the quartermaster in this environment. But. So table is topology agnostic. It didn't say whether the table understood the extra overhead of transferring threads. Be interesting. So now we're going through a scheduling example. Background and priority threads. Fancy IBM Telum will have its own socket. I think no, it is LGA. but it has its own socket. Luke, would this have benefited Bulldozer? Probably, but not that much, because they still did the movement to fill up the cores one thread at a time first, right? So that was an update that happened. AJC about Zen 1. Don't forget, Zen 1 can't go on Windows 11. Well, probably could, but I'm waiting until he finishes this slide and fills it out before I post it to a live blog, which is an issue with these live blogs. Maybe that's it. Otherwise, I end up posting 4 different pictures because as he steps through the slide. Yeah, so number 4, in case of contention on priority core, the lower class will be moved for higher class. So if you're a remedial class thread, you get relegated to the bad teachers. That's what that means. Thread director works best when you have more threads than P cores. That's basically it. Hi, Skull. Yeah. Here's where thread director brings the value. Spaceline with thread director and no thread director. Helps with the symmetry between the threads. There's a longer discussion here to have about desktop versus mobile processors, because if they factor the same workload in the same way, I have a feeling that mobile processors might have to be more aggressive on exactly what it classifies as a higher class workload. So, yeah. All AI workloads go to P cores over anything else. So basically, if you're polling the AVX2, the AVX VNNI intake instructions, that gets the highest priority out of anything. Even if it even has higher priority than touchscreen, reacting to a touchscreen. So chart is of illustrative purposes and not to scale. That's, I hate it when graphs say that, because I've seen pretty bad graphs in my time. Yeah. On power. Says the power management is now hybrid aware. Built into speed shift as part of the OS driver. EPP energy performance preference. So that's data at the scheduler level, not at the thread directory level, I think. So for power constrained systems. higher priority gets higher voltage and frequency, regardless of peak or equal. So optimal power voltage point is a function of the physical properties, thermal and binning.
What's your minimum specification?
Crusty Bread, thank you for the $4.99. $5, thank you, much appreciated. So now it's Q&A. So question is security of side channel attacks with Threadroctor. No security effect based on Threadroctor. Training performance. So how many PCIe 543 lanes on the die itself? Slide 11. 16 lanes PCIe 5. 4 lanes of PCIe 4. Desktop has PCH. So does that mean the mobile doesn't have PCHs? Huh. Charlie from Semi. Question, TDT for Linux. When? Once Windows 11 first. It is coming for Linux. Which version and build will be published later. Okay, that's Intel Sapphire Rapids. Second presentation. AMD Zen 3. Dr. Mark. Yeah, Legitage, PCIe link, PCH link width, still not mentioned. Mark Ayers from AMD. Mark Evers. And we lost audio, and he looks like he's speaking too fast. Mark Evers, Leslie Barnes, Mike Clark. Fantastic. As I said, this is probably just a very basic Zen 3 talk. Don't expect anything too new. Start with the Zen journey. New era in the market for AMD. Zen 3 says AMD 3D V-cache support. Makes you wonder if the V-cache should have been on Zen 3 when it was initially made, if TSMC had been ready. I mean, it's not that hard to make a 36 square millimeter SRAM die. It's probably the bonding. Exceeding industry trends. Zen 3 objectives. New ISA extensions, expand security features, support for AMD 3D V-cache integration. It's just 2 eyes and a mouth, isn't it, on the die? On a package. Cycling compatibility for past products. And then here's the core. Nothing new here if you're up to date with Zen 3, but the point here is that AMD has been essentially expanding out the back end, so it's more disaggregated, and we're seeing with a lot of designs that increases performance. Alder Lake's E-cores have this quite a bit as well. That's why they're getting a severe uplift in performance. Oh, cash 4,000. I thought it was still 2,500. Skull, thanks for the $10. Yep, hot chip sponsorship next year. That's the goal.
What's your minimum?
I think the donation box in the corner is broken. Megabyte L2. Jacks, not yet. And then, yeah, 19% gains. Which we verified at launch. AMD's IPC uplift is usually accurate based on our testing, so. Esky Monster, change your browser. Sometimes that happens. I've had to do it already once on the stream. It's the, if you improve 10 things by 1%, then you get an overall better than 10% improvement. Large chunk of performance gain from the front end. Fetch decode. Reduced bubble cycle latency. Yeah, he's just going over all the core stuff that we've covered previously. A hot chips water bottle. Next slide, integer execution. Support wider execution. If you per cycle, up from 7. That's important. Lower execution bandwidth and better ILP extraction. So disaggregated the ALUs rather than just add them. Without any additional increase in register file ports. That's why this was done. Larger 6-word floating point. Faster for cycle FMAC. Reduced FMA latency. But practically doubled the scheduler from 36 to 64. But doubled the intake output or throughput. So that's a big thing in AI. Larger load store. So Intel's loads and stores are focused on 128-bit and 256-bit, whereas Intel focuses on 256-bit and 512-bit. Intel's is a hangover for AVX 512 support, whereas obviously Zen 3 doesn't need AVX 512 support. Interesting to see if that changes with Zen 4, whether those have to be widened. L2 DTLB has 6 page walkers. Alder Lake P-Core only has 4. So Intel, AMD is focusing more on enterprise workloads with that upgrade with the page table walkers. And here are the changes from Zen 2. Oh, that wasabi is making me sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Remove the bubble cycle with branch prediction. Back on track faster with mispredictions. quicker switching with iCache overflow. Just reiterating the same stuff over again. Oh, and here we have a IPC uplift. So POVRE plus 9%, PUBG up 39%. You could argue that because all the gaming are at the end, that really helped with the larger L3 cache for sure. The new 8-core CCXs. Now security. This is more enterprise security stuff. So secure encrypted virtualization, then encrypted state and nested paging. Again, we cover this in our LAN reviews. So secure nested paging is the new feature. So it eliminates page table attack vectors through VMs or through hypervisors. No application modification needed, which is always good. If you can add security without requiring rebuilds, fantastic. Renzos, I haven't seen that. Here's the instruction set additions. Servers get support a few more instructions than the clients. But 256-bit vector encryption, they're the big ones. They're big ones for if you have the right performance tools. Also, the CET shadow stack is important. And now beyond the core. So now we're going to start talking about vCache. This is SoC stuff. Let's start with the normal L3 cache because we're doubling up. Reduction in effective L3 memory latency, again, which we covered. Oh, bidirectional ring bus. Huh. I thought it was more of an all-to-all. That's weird. 232 byte data channels in opposite directions. So is that just between the cache? Does that include the PCIe and the IA? Oh, well, I guess the SerDes link. Oh, okay. So L3 is an exclusive cache, or non-inclusive cache, I should say. L2 tags in the L3 for probe filtering and fast cache transfer. Support 192 misses from L3 to memory. Built-in support for AMD Bcache. So already demoed it. $36 megabytes per CCD. Oh, sorry, I'm sneezing so much today. %, faster on gaming. I don't expect it to do that much benefit for regular workloads. Back when we've seen increased cache sizes, especially L3, we see it affecting gaming and compression. Everything else was a bit minimal. Because you're not L3 cache, L3 latency, hit and miss limited in a lot of cases. AMD doing a ring inside a CCX makes sense because it's only 8 cores, only eight or 9 stops on that ring. So now we're going to Zen 3 products. So that was all on Vcache, it seems. Where's my Threadrippers? Where's my Zen 3 Threadrippers? Where's my Chagall? Brian, they've said that they'll put Vcache on Zen 3, and we expect it to still be socket compliant on AM4. So, lots of world records in enterprise performance. Talking about Epics, Romes, and Milans. Jax, it's Streamlabs. I've said it so you can't spam cap. Sorry. Ignaloiders, yeah. Situations where you fill in L3 are actually quite rare in regular workloads. Gaming, sure, but now we're talking about leadership power efficiency in the Ryzen's. So all from Marika Arch and physical design because it's the same 7nm process. And then comparing it to the Intel 10th gen. So this is all based on old data because Zen 3 has been out for so long already. Lorenz, Zen 4 will be on the new socket, we believe so, because DDR5 support. Really excited for gaming. Gaming was the main target of Zen 3. Performance that matters for the user. All from the new architecture and the physical design. Higher frequencies across the stack. So, yeah, without a 3D cache at this point. Now we're on the summary. I can't remember if I already asked a question on this presentation or not. But yeah, aside from that bidirectional ring in the L3, yeah, nothing really new in that presentation, but interesting to note. Maybe Andre's listening in. Chat with him about it. And now we're talking about Zen 4. By end of 2022, on track in TSMC N5. Yeah. And that's it. Time for Q&A.
What's your minimum specification?
Yeah, we're still an hour before the next break. I've already gone through a coffee and a drink. I need the bathroom already. We should stop drinking. Lots of questions. The question is, is the Vcache applicable for all segments? It's different workloads benefit from Vcache. Basically, haven't announced any specific products, but some workloads across segments that will benefit. So that's a non-answer. No motivation for tripling table walkers. So most workloads don't need more than 2-page walkers, but will benefit a few workloads, and they found a clever way to add more without being excessive. What's on the 6-page step walkers? Is the chiplet technology scalable? So the answer to that one was Vcache latency is not large. For chiplets, it gives you more flexibility. Size of Zen2 core versus Zen3 core. He doesn't know whether it was published or not, but we do know. Basically, the IPC uplift didn't come with gigantic growth in area. Okay, next talk. IBM. Optimized for AI. So this is the IBM Z. This would be the Z16 processor, but they're actually giving it a name now. That I got in my pre-briefing. So think of this as the IBM Z16 processor. If you don't know what Z is, it's their mainframe processor line. IBM Z and the next one. So this one is a fully pre-recorded video. I've got a copy of it. I've seen it. I haven't had a chance to write it up. But yeah, if you like your processor architecture, this is going to be very dense, very quick. How often have you used mainframe today? Have you used a credit card? Yes. Dr. Christian Jacoby, Chief Architect for Z. I missed a picture of the socket, sorry. Chief Architect. Oh, in the Q&A in this, for the press talk, somebody asked, is this built on IBM 2 nanometer? I kid you not, I did a big spit take. Oh, Can't believe somebody asked that. Okay, background on Z. Background on Z. So because it's big iron, it's actually quite well used. Even startups. With NFTs. He didn't say NFTs, he said digital assets, but he means NFTs. Trust me, if I could get a Z processor here, that'd be great. Christian, if you're watching, please. So Telum is based, the new processor is based for AI capabilities. Here's the processor. Enterprise workload sensitive to single thread and scalability. Lots of workloads are heterogeneous. So they need embedded accelerators. So new cache hierarchy and fabric design. Encrypted memory and trusted execution environment. Enclaves. Reliability and availability. So Z15 was 7 nines reliability. That's what, 30 seconds of downtime per year? 3 seconds of downtime per year? That's what they're aiming for with these sorts of systems. So you have 8 cores and an L2 per chip. So there's no L3 yet. So 5 gigahertz with SMT2. So away from the SMT8 stuff that IBM previously did. So new branch prediction. 270,000 branch target table entries. Sorry. Private 32 L2 cache. Sorry. Yeah. So you think that 512K L2 cache is big? This is 32 megabytes of L2 cache per core, with a 19 cycle load to use latency. Intel's Alder Lake L2 is 13 cycle, 14 cycle. So then that's what, 1 meg? So it's 19 cycle L2 at 5 gigahertz. So L3 and L4 are now virtual. So you essentially classify some of the L2 as L3, and this is the future of caching technology on... This is the future of caching. So I'm trying to screenshot this slide, but they're not showing it. So 320 gigabyte per second ring bandwidth. On-chip horizontal cache persistence. So if an L2 gets evicted, it can go in any other L2 on the chip, and that's the virtual L3. So it has to be classified as a virtual L3 because you can't directly dump L2 to L2, but you kind of can, which means you can get an L4 cache across 8 chips because the L3 is virtual across a chip, then the L4 is virtual across an 8-socket system. It's not necessarily reassigned cache, it's a virtual cache. So you don't just partition it, it's done directly live, and that cache line is declared as L3. And so 2 chips per CPU on 1 module, and you end up with 4 modules into a system, and then you have a 4. Okay, so you have 32 chips up to an 8 gigabyte L4 cache. Thing is, each chip costs what, 10K? So a 4-drawer system, 32 chips, plus all the infrastructure needed, you're looking at easy 1 to 2 mil. Hey, and John's here. But now we get into I/O and topologies. So on the 2 chips, the clocks are synchronized. So you can have 2 cycles transfer between chips. I had a haircut yesterday, John. So 8 chip has flat topology, direct connection to all chips, to all 8 chips in a drawer. That's great. They're not talking about core-to-core IPC here. They're talking about socket-to-socket performance increase. And from Z15, they're saying a 40%. We did ask about core-to-core IPC gains, and they said, oh, no, we're only talking about socket-to-socket IPC gains. But some of this performance gain comes from the AI inference accelerator on the core, which we're just about to go into. So here's a question for you, John. Is it male pattern baldness, or do you just like a shaved head? Come on, real talk. Sorry, I'm talking about stuff in the chat. John's being funny. Andrew, this is ZOS and Linux 1. That's what the Z systems run. So this is very specifically the Z ISA. John has male pattern baldness. So using the AI to increase security. Ivan, it is a virtualized cache line sharing system. Alex, all the information's on screen. Okay. Here's the embedded AI accelerator. Excuse me. Very low inference latency. Every core has access. So there's one other chip that implements an onboard AI accelerator dedicated, and that's VIA or Centaur. Still want a Centaur core to test, but we'll see. I think John's confirmed he has 3 arms. So 6 teraflops per chip per AI accelerator. 6 teraflops? That doesn't sound like a lot. I mean, for a dedicated AI accelerator, for an onboard to a CPU. Hey, Andrea's here. Hey, Andrea. Andrea's an ARM guy.
What's your
Rad, nothing about Power 10 here. Accelerator has extensibility in firmware. So they're expecting lots of firmware releases as AI evolves. So that's So new instructions for the neural network accelerator. But you have to use the libraries that use the instructions. It also supports virtualization and memory translation. Turn teraflops in a 32 chip system. So here, A-Way SIMD engine. So focused on FP16. It does annoy me a bit when they start talking about flops with FP16. So 100 gigabytes per second bandwidth to the AI accelerator. It says 600 here. 100 per core and 600 total. And then we go software. It's all through O and NX. TensorFlow, direct or O and NX through the IBM Deep Learning Compiler. Onyx, that's a Pokemon, isn't it? Here we go. AI accelerator performance. This is a fun graph. So here's a proxy model example. Scaling from 1 chip to 32 chips. So pretty much perfect scaling. Onyx is also the type of table that footballers in Chelsea purchase. Okay, here's a summary going up to Q&A, I expect in a second. So Samsung 7nm 530 square millimeters, 22.5 billion transistors. So a 2-chip module is 1,060 square millimeters. Is that 45 billion transistors in 1,000 square millimeters at 5 gigahertz plus base clock frequency? So if you're wondering about the IBM Global Foundries whole legal thing, this chip was meant to be built on Global Foundries. Q&A time. Don't forget, they would have had to have floor planned this over a year ago. So they knew about Global Foundries back then, and before then even. So does the ring... Hang on. So does the AI accelerator use the ring? And the answer is basically yes. Firmware then manages where it needs to go. So the firmware does additional management through separate buses.
What's your minimum specification?
The ring is used for data, but not for control. So packaging technology for dual die. With no bridges. Put the 2 chips close together. Less than 0.5 millimeter. Some interesting thermal and mechanical, but signaling is through the package. It's through the package. Cool innovation on signaling. Due to so innovation on signaling due to the clock synchronization. They didn't say what the power consumption of a single chip was, but knowing IBM, it's probably north of 400 watts. So 2 chips are essentially designed as if it's like one big chip. John, you're right. Synchronizer does sound awesome. So between 2 chips, it's 320 gigasec. Between 2 chips in a drawer is 45 gigabytes a second. So lots of magic on the memory ordering. See the question on AnandTech. That was quite extensive. Alex, I'm live writing this. There are going to be spelling mistakes. It's always happened. I've done live blogs for 5+ years. You try writing this fast. And with that, I really do need to use the bathroom. They're still going through Q&A, but we'll hopefully pick up right before Sapphire Rapids. Just a sec. I'm back, and yes, I did wash my hands. How does Telum maintain linear scaling? So this is about scaling. How does Telum maintain linear scaling? Lots of work on generic workflows, fabric design, latency between chips, investment in latency and bandwidth, and the AI chart shows almost perfect linear scaling because those are completely small parallel tasks, so the data is local. Hi, Dan. Okay, last presentation of this section, Sapphire Rapids. Dan, is that Cambridge, Massachusetts, or Cambridge in the UK? Hey. The XR3K, go to dateandtime.com to find out. I'm getting lots of mentions on the Slack for some reason. Apparently there's a Sapphire Rapids dice shot in the video in what's coming up. So I need to be able to capture it. Let's see if I can get a screen record going. So, lead architect of Sapphire Rapids. Launching first half 2022. So Sapphire Rapids is built more for workloads than for benchmarks. That's going to be a big part of this presentation. Sapphire Rapids is on Intel 7. So they're still calling the cores in Sapphire Rapids performance cores, even though there's no efficiency cores. Modular SoC architecture. Yes, if anybody from Intel says wider and deeper, take a shot. Shot to my coffee. CXL 1.1 to virtualization and VM telemetry. Low jitter architecture. Next gen QoS. Rads, there's no back to you, Steves. Fortunately. This is Sapphire Rapids. Here's the die shot. Though we already know how big the days are from yesterday, so I love that picture that I've taken. Hopefully Intel will share the full high resolution of this video. Look at that picture in the stream. Nice. Ajit, that's a great photo. That is your future. The yellow isn't the monitor, it's the hot chip system is, you know. So multiple tiles, single CPU. We've been told that actually there's two types of tile on Sapphire Rapids. Every thread has full access to on all tiles. All resources on all tiles. The way to think about it is remember Intel's mesh and just cut it in two directions. But there is still a problem because you expect there to be two EMIB connections between tile to tile, but there's actually 10 EMIBs on die. And you can do NUMA clustering. So yeah, UPI 2.0, Jay said is next generation, but no details on it yet. The problem here is that we've been told that Sapphire Rapids all CPUs will have 8 memory channels, and each memory controller has 2 channels, but there's 1 memory controller per die. So that means each SKU will have to have 4 dies or some variant of different die presentation. Yeah, so. And yep, NUMA. And then we have more core.
What's your minimum specification?
$5 from Gordon. Thanks. Is it called Hot Crisps there? Still being held in the US. My screenshots aren't picking up a black line at the bottom. Oh, I know why. Never mind. But now they're talking about the core, which is the same as the Alder Lake discussion. Mike, they were talking about Tim for Ponte Vecchio. Metal. Liquid metal Tim. So new instructions for Sapphire Rapids, including accelerator instructions and half precision instructions. And then there's also AMX. FP16 is good, and CL demote. That's if you know that you're going to need to demote an L2 cache line. You can actually force it to happen in advance of it actually needing to happen. It reduces your snoop when you're trying to find a cache line that might be in another L2. Because they're now using a non-inclusive L3 cache, so. And then we have accelerator engine improvements. They say accelerators, but what do you mean? Vector engines or? John, the only cache placement control you need is put it all on black. Xeon Phi died ages ago. Jux, these are AVX 512. No, AMX now. Yeah. So when they say acceleration engines here, they mean stuff connected through PCIe or CXL or AMX. So this is DSA, data streaming accelerator. Eric, I still have Knight's Landing. I'm looking for a Knight's Landing add-in card, actually. I want a Knight's Landing or Knight's Mill add-in card, preferably with a fan. Still waiting for one to appear on eBay. DSA and QAT. Quick assist, so doubled QAT over previous gen, still requires a chipset. It still requires you using a PCIe by 16 lane. I guess that's why it's doubled, because you're using PCIe 5 rather than PCIe 4, I don't know. QAT seems dedicated for very specific partners, so. By fully loaded, I hope you mean a workload and not just there's an ARM system on top of it, John. Knowing you, there's probably at least 3. Does Sarah know about your eBay budget, John? Dynamic load balancer, 400 million load balancing decisions, providing QoS. Ideal for microservices and packet processing. Oh, Sapphire Rapids also has a funky 8-socket, a new 8-socket arrangement. So this will go from single socket to 8-socket. CXL, PCIe 5, and then UPI links. So 4x24 UPI links operating at 16 gigatransfers. So that's PCIe 4 by PCIe 4 by 16 link UPI, and it has 4 of those per socket. Shared virtual memory and scalable I/O virtualization. Oh, Swinnick, this is going on for 10 hours. We're only 2 hours in. I asked Intel what their 8-socket configuration is going to look like now. And they said it's more of it gives more interconnects between the 2 rings because you have 2 lots of 4. But exactly how it is, it designed to minimize hops, but it's still not an all-to-all. So greater than 100 megabytes of last level cache across all cores. 8 memory channels. And Optane 300 series support. I asked what the difference is with Optane 300 series. They wouldn't tell me. I assume it's Optane 200 with DDR5 support. That's all I think it is. I mean, it could also be boosted up to DDR5 4800. Oh, and here we go, HBM. It says SPR plus HBM connected over EMIB. And you'll have flat mode and caching mode with DRAM, but you can also support Optane, and those memory modes will be nested. The people who use the 8-socket versions tend to be big iron, and I know that the Russians like 8-socket systems. So do with that what you will. So improvements for AI means that we now have proper intake using an accelerator. With AMX. Dileep's here. Hello, Dileep. Shame can't see you again this year. We'll meet up again at some point. John, you can tell me who has that patent. Samsung. And then lots of focus on scalable services. Large focus on microservices from initial design. To help service startup time. John, is it AMD? Is it IBM? I don't know. Or are you going to say, no, it's actually John somebody? It's actually Dave. In summary, so or Xilinx, Oliver, yeah, you might be right. Scalability with a monolithic view. So the idea is that you use enough EMIBs here such that there is such low latency across the mesh that it acts as if it's one big monolithic. But obviously when you have cores that close together, you have thermal and mechanical considerations. Oh yeah, delete said Micron.
What's your minimum specification?
Can somebody ask about the EMIBs, please? Why 10 EMIBs? So AMX versus A100. Yes. Hey, Nam's talk at the end of the day, Dan, is going to be good. He's spoken about HBM PIM before, but there's some new stuff they're talking about that's... But if I had time, I'd write it up separately, but it's going to be very good. I haven't got Slack open, Dan. Maybe during the break. Come up to a break. Rich, I don't know. So CXL versus CAPI. The intent of CXL is similar to CAPI. You have I/O and you have caching, but CXL.mem is not present in Sapphire Rapids. Yeah. John, I think it isn't CXL.mem part of the CXL2 standard. Yeah, John, it does smell like errata if they don't support CXL.mem. Huh. I still need to write my Sapphire Rapids article up, so that'll be part of it. And that's the end of the session. Oh, so now we go to a break, a 30-minute break. And aside from that small... Oh no, we're going to have a couple minutes from the co-chair. Basically saying, end of the session, come back in half an hour. Okay, yeah, so now we're on a break. As you can see in the schedule, day one, I need to end this live blog, and yeah, so come back in half an hour, go grab a drink, go grab your snacks, go to the bathroom, hopefully you weren't in the bathroom while watching this stuff. And I'll be back in half an hour. Academic talks, I'm not going to be doing presentations on the academic talks. I'm not going to be doing live blogs, just because it's a chance to have a little bit of a break. But hang out in chat. I can tell you what's going on the stream, and then Synopsys is also the big one that definitely want to be covering. So all good stuff. Let's. I'm just gonna. When I finish up a live blog, I have to do an automatic sort on the AnandTech website. Hopefully that updates for y'all. And then I also need to and yeah, I'll wait for the Synopsys one, which is going to be my next live vlog. So, yep. I know. I love the fact that there's still 230 of you. I guess that was probably one of the most exciting sessions of the 2 days. But I'll still be here if you want to come back and talk about some of the other presentations and stuff. It should be good. But aside from that, I'm gonna go get myself a drink and see you back in 30 minutes. And I'm gonna stick this fancy thing up. The chat will still be going on. Maybe I'll see if I can fix that donation goal thing.
What's your minimum specification? 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 What's your minimum specification?
So break time is over. Next session is the academic session. So the first talk is designing software maturity for the next paradigm for chip architectures. As I said before, we're not live blogging these, just because at some point I have to have a break. So it's kind of more just sort of freestyle chat for this time. And I mean, I do have the presentation still on the screen in front of me. But I was thinking about this during the break. The reason why I don't find these talks that interesting is just because I'm so more focused about companies doing end products, not academics, doing research work in chip design. But thank you all for those who stayed. Welcome those who are coming back. I did see that a few people were complaining about the Streamlabs bot being very proactive on links. I've disabled it for the time being, so it shouldn't bother you if you put a full stop in a sentence, but we'll see how it goes. And there was a super chat from I Should about the number of viewers. It looks like that widget stopped for some reason, so I've restarted it, and it's designed to update every 60 seconds. So we'll see how it goes. And John, thanks for the $50. You didn't have to, mate. So we were speaking the other day about this, but thank you. And again, yeah, thank you to I Should. Gaston, so the live blogs that I have been doing, all the other sessions I'm planning to live blog, so you will see those stills on screen. It's if I interact with, so you see this is the first session live log, CPUs from Intel, IBM, and AMD. Might be worth actually talking about what we saw in these presentations, because there was a few things new and different. And Austin joins the chat. He says, I'm the student on Morpheus 2, if there are any questions. I'm sorry, I hadn't planned to cover your chip. It's like I said, it's unfortunately I can't. It's like I'd love to also donate brain time to a lot of the AI chips out there. So and Tony, thank you. It's great that there are fans from everywhere. But this is the Hot Chips presentation. Again, these are the sponsors. I tried to refresh the sponsorship goal in the top right corner. We'll see if that updates or not. But yeah, the idea is next year we see the TechTechPotato logo in this, at least in this column. So this column costs $2,500 for companies that make less than $25 million revenue, and I'm sure some of these make over that. This is meant to be $2,500. Otherwise, it's $6,000. Then you have $10,000, $20,000, and then $60,000. That's how much each of. Oh, I realize you can't see the mouse on the screen. Okay, so this column that says Tachyon is $2,500. This column that says TSMC minus Intel is 10. This Arteris column here is 20. And then, actually, no, okay, they've done it in a stupid way. Okay, this Tachyon column is 2.5. This Arteris is 10. The TSMC column is 20, except for Intel, which is 60, and that's just how they do those. And then, behind the scenes, the committee. Where's the number? Sorry, these are the keynotes. Next up is the one that we'll cover with Art de Gois. 85 papers submitted, only 27 accepted. So, yeah, you've got a 1 in 3 chance. Boreal1 asks, since AMD admitted they use the bidirectional ring bus, have they mentioned if it works at full core clock or at some separate domain? No, they haven't. After this event, no doubt we'll be going back and asking AMD to expose more about it. And then, so yeah, just going through talks. Alder Lake, if you've read my write-up on Alder Lake, mine and Andre's write-up on Alder Lake on AnandTech, none of this should be that new. This graph was new. It was a bit weird. I think this first graph was weird. On the left, showing single thread. It's saying that the P core is greater than 50% at peak over the E core in performance, but the E core is slightly above Skylake. So are we now twice as sorry, I was distracted for a second. Are we saying that the P core is more than twice as single thread performance as Skylake? That'd be a bit weird. Will asks, would it make sense to sponsor though? That's an awful lot of YouTube ad spots. Well, I mean, I think $2,500 is quite reasonable to achieve, given standard traffic to the channel so far. I mean, it will cut into some of the budget for some of the projects that I want to do, because I also want to do that Pi project, and that's going to cost at least $10,000 minimum, I think. So we'll see what goes on. But this is a conference that I'd love to cover. I love to attend. So it's kind of feeding back and maybe getting a little bit of exposure. Let's see. Joto asks, if you buy a logo space, does that mean you get to give a presentation too? No. The only thing that Hot Chips gives you if you're a sponsor is a room in the Slack or a table if it's a physical event. Excuse me. Though I think the cost for a physical event for sponsors is a lot higher. So they may have virtual sponsors and physical sponsors next year. We'll see. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens. So even though Intel's a Rhodium sponsor, which is the 60 grand level, they get 5 free passes. They get to include items and bundles for the take-home package that every attendee gets, but they have no guarantee on presentations, so they still have to present abstracts to the committees. Now, they also have people on those committees, but I think the committees are pretty fair in the fact that if you're a company that is submitting, you're not part of the acceptance procedure for that paper. So yeah, now we go over to Alder Lake. These are the 3 designs. Memory and PCIe. So DDR5 4800, that was expected. 16 lanes of PCIe Gen 5. I can fully expect that to be split into 8x4x4, because you only need a x8 PCIe Gen 4 by 5 lane for a GPU. In fact, it'll probably run at Gen 4, specifically for power reasons, unless you need the Gen 5. It's going to be a while since we see Gen 5 hardware, even because PCIe is a backwards compatible interface. PCIe Gen 5 ports will run at Gen 1 speeds. So I'm pretty sure most Gen 5 ports will run at Gen 4 with a Gen 4 thing plugged in. And even with the Gen 5 plugged in, do you really need even a x8 for a GPU for gaming? Probably get away with a x4. So you're going to end up with x8, x4, Gen 5, and then another x4, Gen 4. Rich asks, do you have to pay, or is it a press pass to report on Hot Chips? They do press passes. Press passes vary, so you can get a 100% press pass, or you can get a 50% press pass, depending on the type of coverage you normally do and your previous coverage of Hot Chips, like after the fact. So because AnandTech is very semiconductor focused, if I apply for a press pass plus the team there know me, it's just, okay, here's the code to get a free pass. I know some of the people who attend normally cover smartphones, and that's their beat, or 3D printers, but they're still interested in chip. They may not even write anything about the conference. They can get like, you know, like a half press pass. So those they do that sort of thing, because even some press is you know, writing about technology isn't necessarily the most profitable job in the industry. So regarding Gen 5, it's you need something else with a Gen 5 controller on the end. I think I said during the presentation, one of the good things about Gen 5 is that you can get really good speed with just a simple by one link. So any of the previous controllers and ports that needed a by 2 Gen 4 or a by 4 Gen 3 can now use a by 1 Gen 5. And it all comes down to how you can multiplex the lanes. I know with AMD, with EPYC, you can necessarily go by one, 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 about 60 times. Intel's not that malleable in terms of how many, what they call N ports they support. But, you know, that's meant to be the goal of improving your PCIe generations. That, from my perspective, trying to explain to end users Gen 5, Gen 4, Gen 4, Gen 3 support on a system is going to be tough. Hi, Jeff. I saw you liked my atomic clock video. I saw some people directed you to it, and you started following the channel. Good to see you. Intel going with this block arrangement for Alder Lake, even though it's not as simple as block, stick, block, but still pretty good. Thread Director, I said I should probably do a proper video on Thread Director, because these graphs were really interesting. It's funny, I wrote my piece about Thread Director. I tried to dumb it down a bit because it's a really new concept and I didn't have much time to write it extensively. And I got a ping from one of Intel's engineers saying, "You do realize you haven't written it, you know, exactly how it does it." And I went, and my response is, "Yeah, I know. That was the point in trying to write it that way. I should do a bigger write-up now that we have this detail about classes." And Intel EHFI, yeah, EHFI. I put a link to that in my Alder Lake article. So that's if you want to know the technical specifications behind EHFI, which is essentially what this is, then Intel's already got documents out on that. So, and Jeff said he got his time card last week, testing it on the Gen 2 port on the Pi. It's seriously, I think so. Facebook engineering told me on that it essentially works in anything because it's just a simple polling interface. The only thing you lose with a slower interface is the amount of times you can poll it per second, and even then, the way it interacts with your time reporting in Linux, it's what do they say? With a Gen 3x1 port, they support 100,000 instantaneous accesses. So a Gen 2 port, yeah. Especially on a Pi, you're not going to get 50,000 people probing a Pi. You know, maybe there's a video in that. Maybe it's what's the SLA or QoS that a single Raspberry Pi can support over its 1 gig link. Philip, when they said Thread Director has no security implications, does that mean that the OS scheduler will only treat its data as recommendations? Yes, that is correct. I mean, there's nothing to say that perhaps it can be attacked and give bad recommendations, as in it will tell the OS scheduler, no, force this thread onto this core because I have more control on this core. Then that could be a situation, but it depends on how much is exposed. I mean, the idea is it's meant to be through open APIs, and like I said, EHFI is fully documented, so it's still up to the OS to do the right thing at the right time. But yeah, thread schedulers. AMD Zen 3. Zen 3 is all old stuff, and the only thing that I said was new was this bidirectional ring. I swear based on our numbers in our testing, it's got to be a split ring. I don't feel like it's explicitly a ring. Now, I saw somebody in chat say, the ring is going out of fashion at Intel, so why is AMD even using it? The point is you have to use something, and a ring with small amounts of ring stops is great for an 8-core complex. So you essentially got, let me backtrack a bit. With Intel, as you get bigger and bigger and bigger, you end up having to you either make the ring massive or you split the ring over multiple. And we saw that with Haswell and Broadwell, I think, where we had like dual ring designs. What AMD's done here is that you have a ring per chiplet, and that ring has everything on the chiplet. And then it's, your single access point back out to the I/O die. So that'll be interesting. Need to get more information on that for sure. Aside from that, Vcache, we know it's coming. One of the outputs of in a tutorial, because this was a function of the tutorial, is that, okay, the chiplet die is like 7.3 millimeters across, but the SRAM on top is only 6 millimeters. What happens to the other 1 point whatever millimeters? And they just said that's the overfill of their binding film. So they don't put stiffeners on either side when you're looking at from, say, top to bottom in this diagram. So, sorry, I keep forgetting you can't see my mouse on the stream. And then, yeah, we know about performance with Zen 3. Oh, okay, so Vcache. I did make one point that I perhaps should expand on during the presentation. They say it's 15% faster gaming on average. The point I was trying to make is the best case scenario for extended L3 is gaming, because you keep having to fetch stuff from memory and it's best to have it in the L3 cache. Do you remember when we had EDRAM on Crystalwell on Broadwell chips? There was two types of program that benefited in the consumer space greatly from having the extra EDRAM as a cache buffer out to main memory. That was gaming, and that was encryption using, compression with WinRAR, sorry. I've got a feeling that when this comes out, we'll see a bump in gaming, okay, 15%, fair enough. But in regular workloads, we won't see any benefit at all. And the only way that AMD is going to be able to convince people that the next gen with Vcache is a lot better who aren't gaming is that they're going to have to find another 100 or 200 megahertz on at least the top end chip. If you remember when we tested the 5950X, even though the turbo is 4.9 gigahertz, ours was running at 5025, 5050 megahertz. And AMD told us at the time, yeah, most chips will do that. There'll be a small percentage of chips that can't, but most chips will be able to, do that turbo up. So it's there's room if they want to bend harder, basically. Rich asks, could you see AMD moving all L3 to Vcache chip and using the on-die space for larger L1s and L2s? The way they've done it with L3 on top of L3 means that the base L3 has all the control logic and it's already integrated. If you move that out into larger L2s and then put the Vcache on top, then you've got to have the control circuitry for the L3 on the chiplet on top. That could increase the or decrease the amount of L3 cache that you could put on, or increase the thermals. That being said, I'm sure it's not too much and it's not too hard. The downside there is obviously this chiplet design, you can partner with a cache chiplet or without a cache chiplet. If you do it only L2 on the bottom and L3 on top, then you can't have a base SKU without that top chiplet. That's the trade-off there. So Moisha asks, Moisha, please, is it Moshe or Moisha? I'm bad with names sometimes. But can't read the fine print. Is that gaming bump with a discrete or an integrated? That's with a discrete. That's with a discrete. So, and then John Masters says, yeah, John, you can always have a base SKU without a second chiplet, but without an L3 cache across the entire might be, I don't know, maybe. Also, you got to think that this extra chiplet also adds to the die cost, and if you're running into a die in silicon limited scenario at TSMC, you don't necessarily want to keep relying on lots of L3 caches. You need to have a base die that does everything in the event of that's what sells really well. And I think that's what the Zen 3 design did. So, and yeah, I can't, Moreau says, can't wait for 7743 with 3dB cache. So, those stacked chip designs are probably only going to be targeting higher end for short term anyways. Agreed. It's a cost. I mean, think about it. If you have a chiplet in a 5950X, for example, that's $800 retail, the chips themselves, your chiplet is probably going to be about $100 worth of silicon. So half of that is the V cache. So maybe that's 50. Are you prepared to spend an extra $50 for that V cache per chip and the packaging costs? So let's see. And then, yeah, Zen 3, Zen 4 by the end of 2022. That's what I always take that to mean. So from the start of 2017 to the end of 2022. And then we have the IBM presentation as well. Telum. This was really interesting from the point of view that it's, a 32 megabytes L2 cache. L3 is virtual, so if you're evicting a line from L2, it essentially gets put into another core's L2, but is labeled L3. And so you're going to have a maximum L3 cache of 256 megabytes per chip. Now, if something gets evicted from that virtual L3, it can go to an L4, which may be on the chip, or it may be dumped off the chip into another into the interconnect. So you can have 8 chips that are connected all to all, with, what did he say, a 45 gigabyte per second link, and then so a cache line can be tagged as private L2, as a shared virtual L3 for the whole chip, and then a shared virtual L4 across your 32. Did you say it was able to go across a 32 chip system for a total of 8 gigabytes of theoretically potential L4? Now, at the time, I said this is what future chips are going to do. So going back to the chiplet argument, it's if you can have if you take out the L3 cache of a Zen 3 chiplet, make it all L2. Now the problem here is that if you make the L2 bigger, your latency increases. Like I say, this 32 megabytes of L2 becomes a 19 cycle, whereas AMD's is what, an 11 or a 12 cycle. So you have to pay the cycle penalty just because you have more cache to walk through. But if then you could say, well, some of it can be a virtual L3, and you don't need to add more cache. Every cache point you add becomes L2. Yeah. Imagine if somebody turned around and said, okay, I've got an AMD Zen 5 or an Intel 14th gen core, and it has 16 megabytes of L2 per core, but it can also be a virtual L3. Amazing. So I really like that. This chip, so this is 1,000 square millimeters of silicon. That's a lot of pins. But if Dr. Jacoby's watching, I'll take 1. I'll take 4. And I like the fact that you can put essentially 4 sockets gets you 8 chips, and then a massive drawer system. In true Z style, these systems will go for millions because they're big iron. I think I said at the time, but so we had Z15 last year, and this is meant to be Z16, but they've given Z16 a name. So, and that name is Telum, and it's related to some Greek gods or whatever. And then, yeah, all of this additional AI. I suspect this AI accelerator was hard to implement. And like I say, they've ended up with private buses to make sure it's non-overlapping and coherent and all sorts of buzzwords like that. 200 teraflops in a 32-chip system. You do wonder, just put in a couple of cards. That'll do it for you, but you have additional latency. And the idea here is the lowest latency possible. And yeah, latency like this, perfect scaling, almost perfect scaling over 32 chips to maintain that 1 millisecond latency. So this is credit card fraud. You don't want the bank to be waiting on their mainframe to do a prediction on whether that purchase is credit card fraud for more than a second. But if you're competing against a billion other transactions at that exact same moment, even if you're not fighting all the interconnect and bandwidth in and out of that system, this is the sort of thing you might end up battling. So, and yeah, Samsung 7 nanometer. This was meant to be on global foundries, but they've probably spent 2 years working on this, at least 2+. 530 square millimeters, 22.5 billion transistors. So 2 chips, 1,060 square millimeters, 45 billion transistors. Somebody work out the density there. What's that? Is that 40? No. That's not 40 million transistors per square millimeter, is it? Anyway, somebody can do the math. And then finally, Sapphire Rapids. Sapphire Rapids was I love this. This is, if Arjit happens to watch this, or sorry, Arijit. As I said, I'm bad with names. I'm sorry. That is your new profile picture. I need to double check the presentation and get a proper, full, high resolution version of that image. And then we have Sapphire Rapids. I still want to know what this does. This little, I believe that's a little FPGA on the chip. But we'll see. It's we did have a question about HBMs, because this is a 4-tile and there's 10 about EMIBs. Because this is 4 tile and there was 10 EMIBs. Apparently he's already answered in the Slack channel, in that the way that the system is designed means that there's actually more bandwidth horizontally than vertically, which also means that there's going to be 6 EMIBs in one direction and 4 EMIBs in the other. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. I don't like the fact that they spoke about performance cores with Sapphire Rapids, because there are no efficiency cores. It's all performance cores. They're all regular cores. They're all Golden Cove. So yeah. AMX, AIA. AMX is quite easy to understand in the sense that, it's kind of like tensor cores. But AIA is where it's going to be confusing, because now you're talking about having extensions to help with add-in accelerators at a PCIe level. It's, things like the data streaming engine, things like the quick assist technology. He said that they're all viewed as PCIe devices. So and then we have, dynamic load balancer for microservices, making sure, again, you maintain quality of service, which is, minimum response times. CXL 1.1. It was shocking to hear that they don't support CXL.memory, which is meant to be one of the big features of CXL 1.1. So I don't know if that even qualifies as CXL 1.1 support. Maybe John can chime in, or somebody chime in, or Dilip. If you don't support CXL.mem, can you actually say that you have a CXL 1.1 enabled device? HBMs. So Intel yesterday, the tutorial showed SPR, Sapphire Rapids, and Sapphire Rapids with HBM. And he said that they said that they were different sized packages, which meant that they would go into different sockets. But Intel has stated that there will be versions of the HBM that are socket compatible with normal Sapphire Rapids. So that's going to become that's going to become an interesting point, because this package size is the same as the standard Sapphire Rapids. This whole thing about flat mode and caching mode with HBM, that's identical to Optane. And the thing is, you can now nest it with Optane. So it's going to be fun having caching modes nested with Optane in there as well. Especially because I think we're going to get, 16 or 32 gigabytes of HBM on board. Back that with a few terabytes of Optane. Back that with Samsung's new 512 gig DDR5. Tons of memory. John, have you solved this puzzle yet? Ah. Yeah, and then there's presentation again. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? It's copied it. Oh, no, it's... I know why. Oh, I know why it's done that. It's because I reset it and it's flipped it. Never mind. Sorry, Scrollfest. But yeah. That's essentially Hot Chips Day 1. Section 1. And we're going to continue with the live vlogs in half an hour with the Synopsys talk, Synopsys Keynote. And I know a couple of you are talking about, let's go see the Morpheus presentation. Again, academic chips. Sorry, Austin. But I got myself some more kombucha from this morning. Live stream has been on almost 4 hours now. And yeah. Marcus says, I thought they killed Optane. They haven't. They just don't have anywhere to manufacture it. Technically, they're meant to be researching it in their Chinese fab, but they're selling that fab, aren't they? I think they're selling the Chinese fab, so they're not going to have anywhere to research it. They currently nowhere to manufacture it. Makes you wonder how much Optane they've got in the bank to keep them where they are. So, I don't know about you, but during the break I had a banana, I had some pears, and I've been drinking a lot. So, I'm still eating my wasabi bites. This is Nando's hot sauce. I'm not going to be drinking Nando's hot sauce. See what's in the Slack channel. Oh, I see Andreas from Hardware Lux is in the Slack. You make it Moshe says New Mexico. I keep asking where they're making. I don't get any good answers. Are you sure New Mexico isn't the research? The R&D? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So my article from April 2019, Moshe, no, I just exited the tab. Let's go again. April 10th, 2019, Intel's Data-Centric Innovation Day. In our discussions with Intel, the company confirmed they will be equipping one of its facilities in New Mexico to enable research and development of its third generation Octane memory. Intel clarified that it will only state that R&D was in New Mexico. If manufacturing were to happen there, the only fab Intel operates is Fab 11X in Rio Rancho. That fab was planned to be upgraded to enable additional 40nm capacity, and Intel would not clarify if manufacturing would happen there, just R&D. So let's see if I can bring that up on the... So yeah, this is when we were being Octane. This is a 512 gigabyte Octane module. And it's that paragraph there, Moshe. Maybe something else has been announced, but nobody's told me. So... 2nm is currently knocking about in IBM's lab. Simon asks, Glofo IPO, any thoughts? So, I mean, we've been speaking with Glofo on and off for a while. The IPO has moved up. That's been known for a while. Exactly when it's going to happen, still waiting. I've seen there's been some reports, and I've seen that apparently Pat Gelsinger is not adverse to acquiring Global Foundries portfolio. That being said, is he going to put the money into it? The big thing about if Intel buys Global Foundries is that they will now have an ecosystem of optimized specialty technologies. I think I mentioned this in a video. Is there going to be Intel right now only mostly focuses on fast logic processes. It has some RF, it has some other small stuff, but it does need a proper RF, a proper analog, a proper MEMS, a proper high voltage manufacturing line. And also, if it acquires Global Foundries and integrates Global Foundries into its environment, into Intel Foundry Services, they now have the opportunity to fulfill the ecosystem top to bottom. So it would make Intel a more complete foundry services. That's my opinion there. Ken asks when you're going to interview John on your channel. I think if I'm going to interview John properly, he needs to do something worth talking about. Hey! No, I jest. I think John's one of those interviews that might work better in person. That being said, whenever we do meet in person, the talk very quickly goes off the record. So, but anyway, John's getting married in a couple of months, so he might not have time for me. And sorry I can't come, John. They still won't let me fly out to the US. Larwood. These are flaming hot for hot chips. But if you're in Oz, you have Tim Tams, so we just have penguins. Ken, just bleep out the off-the-record stuff. I think I'll have to cut it out. Two-hour conversation ends up being 2.5 minutes. And bring me for the honeymoon. Hey, I've still not met your other half, John. I mean, I know you met her in a United Airlines lounge. In actual fact, it would probably be more interesting to interview your other half. She's Google product evangelist, if I remember correctly. What's your minimum specification, Ian? If I'm your minimum specification, yeah, something's gone wrong. I need a good Belgian beer to go with those chips. I'll be honest, I don't drink that much anymore. I used to go through cider like it was nobody's business back in the old university days, but I have one drink now and it floors me. Or it can do. That's right, I'll let other people drink. The deserts or the desserts? Yeah. It's at the minute in the presentation, they're talking about Morpheus deploys encryption and churn, all about changing code, I guess, for undefined. I actually just watched a recent video about people reverse engineering Guitar Hero 3. So Guitar Hero 3 actually has a limit on the number of notes in a song, 4,000, and the length of a song, 2 hours. And apparently that's an issue for some people in the custom Guitar Hero community, or it used to be. And somebody reverse engineered the program to fix it. So Ian, Kurt asks, do you think someday we will get triple channel DRAM as a standard for consumers? No. If anything, we might move away from 2 DIMMs per channel to 1 as capacities get higher. If 32 gigabyte sticks become the norm, excuse me, and Chrome doesn't eat too much, I can fully see that that we don't need 2 DIMMs per channel anymore, except in a very few builds. I mean, maybe 8 gigabyte sticks dying. Saying that, I've got 16 gigabyte sticks in here. John's saying triple channel is a huge problem. Well, John, don't forget AMD just implemented 6-channel support, proper support. So on Milan, Milan. So imagine constraints on those 20 British pound motherboards. Oh, where did I put it? Oh, here we go. You mean like this? It's the Gigabyte A320MH. Can you see that? Yeah. Picked it up for £20 on Amazon. It was recommended retail price was 45 and it was on offer. So I want to do a quick video on this. It says it's AMD Ryzen 3000 desktop ready, which means I should be able to put a 3600 in this and a 3600 in my standard X570 test bed and compare the two. And that should be fun. I should do a proper unboxing video on this, I think. Special. No lag, just frag. Or I should compare my kill to death ratio on both systems. How about that? That'd be fun. SK Monster, no, we've got Synopsys Keynote first and then lunch. Do free casks are GDDR5 sticks incoming? No. No. Simon says that motherboard is £20 right now on Amazon UK. Maybe I should be a bit evil and put an affiliate link to it. Yeah. Well, all my affiliate stuff has signed me out because I haven't used it in so long. Some channels really put on the affiliate links. I don't stick that close to pricing that well. So, how long until Synopsys? 10 minutes, Rich. John, do you play games these days? Mostly on my phone. I tend to play some games on my PC, though. I'm being quite stingy these days on how much I spend on a game. If it's more than 20 quid, I'm very hesitant. Rich says, do you know what they are presenting? Synopsys. Yeah, it's their future vision of machine learning in EDA tools. Basically, the big overview of their DSO.ai software. And they're going to talk about going beyond Moore's law in a future post-Moore's law. They're calling it SysMoore, I think, for systematic Moore's law. I think it's a little weird in that way. I'm not necessarily sure the naming works, but the idea behind it and the concepts behind it are definitely solid. I've got I think I said earlier, I've got an interview with the CEO of Synopsys planned for next week. So if you have any questions, ian@anandtech.com, and I'll go through those along with the ones that I want to ask and see what works out between them. So yeah. Simon says downside is though is getting a very cheap APU for it. Well, yeah, £20 motherboard. You're really looking at what, getting one of the old A9s, A12s. Maybe that's the sort of thing for this. You know, so then again, I could see if I could put in a 3950X. What Kale asks, what's the likelihood that Intel fabricates the new GPUs in-house or outsource TSMC? They've already said that the XE HPG, the new Arc Alchemist GPUs are made on TSMC N6. So if you go look on Wikichip to see where N6 lies in TSMC's roadmap plans, and N6 is a dead end. So it does make me wonder. And John says this Synopsys talk is going to be juicy. Yeah. I know most of what's coming. Synopsys rang me a couple of months ago and said, would you like an exclusive on what our hot chips presentation is called? So there's an article on that on AnandTech. I had a good talk with Art then that I really wanted to turn into an interview. I've got the full video of it, and what we talk about is Art and I seem very in sync in our discussion, at least anyway. So it's a shame that didn't turn into what could have been a very good, just offhand talk chat topic. So, Rich has a good question there. Ask him about circuit slicing EDA for test, and how he feels about Intel taking the ARC name. Animation Creations 42. N6 is a derivative of N7P. And N7P itself was quite rare, so that's probably why you've not necessarily heard about it before. But it exists. Rich, I'm going to take a mental note of your question, because that's those questions, because those are two very good ones. What's my favorite new memory technology that still isn't on the market yet? The Samsung stuff coming up at the end of the day is quite good. So give us some HBM3. That'd be quite nice. Hey, here you go, John. What's the rarest server running that you own? Animation Creations 42, no. N6 is not the equivalent of Intel renaming 10 to 7. Search for Wikichip TSMC roadmap on Google and do an image search, and it should show you how all the or how they all line up. Or let's see if I can do it quickly here. TSMC roadmap. Image search. Yep, literally the first. Excuse me. There. That should give you what you need to know. I need to go start up this Synopsys live stream now, so bear with me. Live log. Keynote. What am I needing? Yeah. So I'm going to take that off the screen now. So I can select this and then go straight into Synopsys Keynote. This is our next live log. Philip asks, how tired are you going to be at the end of day one? I'm always very tired. John, I said ARM servers. Alpha doesn't count. I've not seen much about the gigabyte leaks, to be honest. I've seen a couple of things, but... Hi, Emma. Good to see you. So they're currently doing Morpheus 2 Q&A. And the person presenting is on mute. No? If you want a preview of the Synopsys Keynote, here's what I wrote a little while ago. Back in June. Oh, Emma, I'm not sure if you saw, but that Swiss group has taken the record now. How does it feel that somebody's doubled your record? It's been insane, right? Gonna open some coconut water because we got a good deal. Milky. So we're still in the Q&A for the Morpheus 2 talk. Expect there'll be another question or two. John, shh. I'm trying to get the title. Shh. I'm putting some things in place. Where do you think all the money from YouTube is going? No, unfortunately, I don't have access to Google resources, so we'll see. Is that peri peri sauce? This is... Oh, as everything falls down. This is Nando's hot sauce. Ever in the UK? Cheeky Nando's. Jerry asks, is Synopsys an American company? Yes, it is. 40 plus years old. Unfortunately, they started calling their EDA tools AI when it was just a bunch of if statements. I wonder if Art will mention that during the presentation, but Okay, here we go. Here's the start of the keynote. It's not a competition, Emma. You have many more resources than I do, but we'll see. If you know chips, you know Synopsys. At the center of every advance in EDA since. Wonder if art's going to be in person. Artificial architects. Here we go. Undergrad in Switzerland. Being able to see the world from different perspectives. Builders of the imaginary. Chips is where you find the greatest architects. New era Sysmore. Remorse or ambition. The mission for the next 20 years. Architecting intelligence. Architecting smarts. Smarts drive impact. He's going quite fast here, sorry. The compaction of time. Digital revolution. Upgrading from steam engines, from horses, from fire. Smart everything. WD-40 and duct tape for technical ideas. Sorry, he doesn't really have slides. He has animations, and it's hard to get the right inception point where to take a photo. impact of printing press. 20 million books after printing press was rediscovered, basically. It's basically saying how the printing press is kind of like the digital revolution. The tools yeah, it doesn't stay on the last animation for too long. Software versus silicon. Software and silicon, not versus. Delete, is this a state-of-the-art presentation? Difficulty of better versus sooner versus cheaper. And then PPA with yield. Solving systemic issues like security, silicon life cycle, functionality, and then balancing all the requirements. Applying the vision with optionality in the middle. Techonomics. Sorry, I'm not a fan of that word. I'm not a fan of just creating new words which are portmanteaus of others. Maybe that's just me. Data generated by humans is minimal compared to what's generated by machines. And then AI systems increase everything a lot more. Oh, I missed a little bit in that. Yeah, this is really bad for trying to take screens. The sysmore error, lots of systemic complexity. So this is Sysmore. It's just... So now he's presenting slides with animations, then he's overwriting the animations with the second half of the animations. Oh, that's replacing yes if, replacing no because with yes if. Chanel, I never said that Patreon members would get special hot chips, anything. Unless you can you point to exactly where I said that? Because I never said that. Moore's law doesn't always mean continuing to small devices. Angstrom has the word angst in it. So, going from system on a chip to system of chips. AI is driving a rethink in architectures. Hey, Guido. Oh, this image is a bit good. I should. Thanks for the $10. It's not that his speaking is very flowery. It just, I mean, I've spoken with him. It seems fine. It's just a case of having defined moments in the discussion and the presentation. You can't just keep layering over the same animation. Otherwise, it's just really hard to follow. It's good to follow if you're just watching. If you're trying to report and capture the essence, it's very difficult. Hey, DeChanneler and Eski. I think next time around I'll make it clearer. Sorry, I thought I was being clear, but I have to make it clearer about members versus attendees. So, just talking about levels of abstraction right now. A friend almost killed me. This is about the 8th time he's talking about process. And not process nodes, just the process of development. Okay, now we're talking about EDA. So, integrating machine learning into EDA. Now we're starting to talk about machine learning. Enabling machine learning is the same way as the other stuff that's been talking before. Oh. So circuit now, so for circuit simulation. It's just ended a slide and gone to a different slide, which basically back to the previous slide. I think on my interview with him in a few days, I'm really gonna have to pin him down on proper answers. ARM-enabled IP reuse. Hey John, is Synopsys ARM's main provider for EDA? And now lots of eye diagrams. Four nanometers in production today. I'm gonna need another coffee after this. Yeah, Synopsys and Cadence, John, but one more than the other. I mean, Synopsys and Cadence are the main two, right? Everybody pretty much uses one of those two. Now we're talking about products. Every one of Synopsys tools has some form of machine learning. Can you enable ML on design flow? Can you enable autonomous design? Yes. Well, chess, AlphaGo. What's the complexity of EDA? So moving from chess and Go, which are win-lose environments, we go to EDA, which is a better or worse. The mother of yes if has to be applied. That's a really weird phrase. To be honest, that one slide is pretty good. So design space exploration, use lots of different points to try and find areas of interest. Design space optimization.
What's your minimum specification?
Using everything they've learned in the past. So they've already got results. It is in December 19. Best result is well above any human design. Tested 10 to 100x more than a human design team. This is untrained. Using a trained version. This is essentially what EDA machine learning will do. You just get a better PPA, better than it takes 6 months of people to work out. It's a leap. It's not approximate computing though, it's approximate calculation, but the end result is very definitive. You can't, your AI algorithm may say 70% chance you should place it there. It will either place it there or it won't. You can't place 70% of it there, so. So here's single engineer versus a team. So if you have a team of 10, you can do 10 times as much. Oh, IP compliance. Well, that's just constraints inside your inputs. But basically, you run this to get better PPA. The Samsung article from Wired. Armin, that title, that was the joke. So this picture is really good because it shows you the difference in die size and frequency. Oh, free t-shirts. Free t-shirt of Hot Chips. If everybody gets this t-shirt from this stream, they might need enough. Might need to order some more. John, thanks for filling everybody in on Synopsys. It'll be 35 minutes into this presentation, so another 25 for presenting and Q&A. Again, thanks for everybody who's sticking around. So the next stage is, can you get your AI to improve the microarchitecture level? Actually, Oliver, is DSO primed with the best human designer result? No, that's just what those systems, they let a human go along for a couple of months, do what they do, and then they put the AI to run for a couple of weeks. So here comes another graph. So this is AnandTech searches with cells. when they say market architecture in this case, it's not core design. It's like things about like adjusting clocks, adjusting cells. And then using AI to optimize for a software workload. Oh, I missed that slide because he's just gone past it. I didn't realize it was the end of the slide. That's the problem when you do animations on slides. You don't know when the end of the slide is. You think, oh, maybe there's another animation, maybe there's another animation. And then if you want to actually screenshot it, you can't. Software design might blow out a physical design, e.g. dynamic power peaks. Now we're talking about abstraction. So it's got examples about power emulators, software power emulators. Simulate millions of cycles of software on a design. So analyze software hotspots. Can you design the chip to improve, say, power and thermal? So basically, can you use AI to essentially find CPU errata before you send it to production? Okay, now we're back to that graph that I wanted to take a screenshot of. I'll do that just in case. Everything in the food chain matters. So yeah, in this case, 25% improvement in power by modeling the software workload. Now we're talking about artificial architects. Yeah, the big thing here is being able to use AI across disaggregated chip designs. It's one of the things I asked Cadence. It's 5 hours so far. There's another 5 to go, James. Magic Popman, check my channel live streams. I've got a whole 2+ hour live stream on my thesis, on my background. Might be worth watching. Short answer is computational electrochemistry. Now he's talking about buildings. Yeah, it's now just speaking about building architecture. Is COVID-19 the bird variant? EdgeQ. John, that's, yeah. One of the things I put to Cadence was about learning about improvements. Can you work out what the AI has done to get the better base design? And Cadence said that they could do that. I would like to hear Synopsys say this can happen as well. Now he's talking about the beauty of multi-tile devices.
What's your minimum specification?
Understanding what to do right to build something. Nicholas, if you go watch a lot of YouTube videos about CPU architecture, they all reference physical architecture. It does kind of get annoying. All about trust and teamwork. Using EDA to develop chips, to develop better EDA tools. And then Synopsys is in the middle of it all. It's not a chip. It's not. Great engineers are often almost artists. That's a lot different to what Jim Keller said. It's an interesting talking point about whether chip designers are artists or not. What Art is saying is very different to what Jim Keller is saying. The catalysts of the impossible.
What's your minimum specification?
Now it's Q&A. I'm getting hungry. Q&A. John first. Stimulate your devices more effectively. So one of the questions was, what hardware do you need to run this? In the examples, and he said 20 cores, taking from a few days to a week, which sounds really fast, but it means that if you had 1,000 cores and a month, can you get something better? Or basically, how many different variations can you test in that time? Oh, it's stopped again on the stream. It's almost the end. Then what does DSO need through input? You need some base RTL, areas of focus, and then variables you need to limit. Emma's got the right idea. ML isn't snake oil, but there's snake oil people that will sell, ML that doesn't work. Will constraints become suggestions? So the question was, will constraints become suggestions? And he said, yes, it will move in that direction. You will learn where to trust, where making something less fixed will end with a better result. That just means that designers will take known blocks that work as good as they need, and they'll put that as a very fixed element in the simulation. If you make it a less rigid part of the design, perhaps the AI can come in and optimize it, and you'll learn through experience the algorithms, the neural networks that will allow it to optimize those fixed, rigid pieces of IP. The question is, do we need new description languages aside from RTL? Yeah, so the question is, do we need new description languages aside from RTL? Yes, but the guy asking the question is the pro. So whenever you can optimize the lower steps, it moves you up the stack as an architect. You can enrich the language on the optionality, but this is how you'll never be happy, but you will make it better, essentially. Answers are a bit wordy. Okay. Coming up to lunchtime. And that's the wrap. There's some more Q&A, but I need to go have some lunch, and I think you guys should as well. Let me sort the live log out so it flips and goes from start to finish. Yep. And that should happen. So yeah, if we see, if I can come back here. So right now we just did Synopsys. We're going to move to lunch. Lunch is going to run for an hour until 2:30 p.m. Then we're going to start speaking about IPU and DPU. That's ARM, NVIDIA, and Intel, I think, going to do those. So we're going to see exactly what they're going to do. That's going to be followed by Skydio. So that's going to be a big 2.5 hour block coming later. So fill up with lunch, use the bathroom, put on some headphones, relax, and then we'll all come back for some major chip talk later. Should be going quite in depth. Skydio is going to be interesting. I wonder if NVIDIA is going to speak about Bluefield 2 or 3. Cameron, thanks for the $2, New Zealand mate. Much appreciated. And I'm gonna bounce here, and I'll be picking it up back in an hour. Maybe John will come back as well. I know he had some meetings today. But thank you all for staying part. This stream will stay active. Feel free to chat. Please don't judge it up too much. I will be checking in on my phone at least anyway. So, but yeah, stay tuned for more hot chips. We got another 4.5 hours to go from here. Let's put the break time.
What's your minimum specification? What's your minimum specification? What's your minimum specification? What's your minimum specification? What's your minimum specification?
Hey everyone. Looks like we're going to start the next session in about 3 minutes. The DPU and IPU session. Infrastructure and data processors. 3 talks, half an hour apiece. Then the Skydio Autonomy Engine keynote, which is an hour. So this next session is 2.5 hours. Hope you're all ready and raring to go. Well, I've got fresh coffee, had a good dinner, good lunch, good dinner, because it's like 10:30 in the evening here. Good cauliflower and chickpea stir fry. Got the live vlog going on AnandTech, and just waiting for the stream to start back up. And we dive straight into ARM Neoverse N2. If you're on AnandTech, you can go see the live vlog there, of course, or follow along the stream. And yeah, 6.5 hours into the stream, and we've got what, 4.5 hours left to go. I've got a seat because I'm on a wooden chair. It's my normal chair. I don't use that often anymore because it generates static electricity, and when you move to touch computers and stuff like this, it gives you a big shock and you might kill something. Maybe I'll swatch it for tomorrow. And welcome back to the people rejoining the stream. We're good to go. I've got my glasses on just because it's a long day and it's going to get a bit longer. Needs more sugar, that coffee. And yeah, just waiting for it to start. Second to start. Yeah, so first talk is the ARM Neoverse N2. We've already done a big write-up on this on AnandTech, so we're not seeing anything necessarily new. Though we did learn the other day that Intel is using ARM Neoverse N1 cores in its Mount Evans IPU, which is actually the third talk of this section, so that's going to be some interesting numbers. Oh, is it Andrea doing the presentation? Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? That'll be fun. Andrea was in the chat earlier, giving Mr. Monjasters some headaches. A little bit slow to start. Yep, Andrea doing the first talk. Okay, and now the chair for the should be showing up. Music's just stopped. Here we go. Slack is still the place to go for Q&A. So here I'll plug Serve the Home's good video on what exactly is an IPU versus a DPU versus a SmartNIC. Patrick over there has got a really good video that I think everybody should check out if you want to understand the range of components in this area. So this first talk will specifically be about cores. ARM next generation cores. John, it would be funny if Andrea decided to hang out here instead of in the Slack during the talk. I assume it's pre-recorded. So Andrea leads the performance and workload analysis server team at ARM. ARM N2. I wonder if Andrea will mention why Ampere's going with their own core instead of N2. So here we go. Hopefully everything fires back up. Discussing the roadmap. Objectives, core architecture, system architecture, performance, and conclusions. That's the topic of these talk. So, second generation infrastructure following N1. Focusing on scalable CPUs. So 4 to 128 core designs, as in the presentation. So 5G infrastructure to cloud data centers. That's what this is going for. This is Neoverse. ARM sells IP. IP in all the definitions. ARM doesn't have its own memory or I/O IP. You still have to get that elsewhere. Normie, I've got a video on these glasses. You should check it out. I think John can do a whole video in SBSA. So Marvell is already using N2. Up to 36 in an SoC. High speed packet processing on a PCIe card. What about that spec-int score?
What's your minimum specification?
Integrated 1 terabit switch on that. So N2 is based on ARM v9. Two lots of scalable vector extensions, SVE, SV2.
What's your minimum specification?
So bfloat 16 support and int 8 matrix multiplication. Security and crypto support now in N2. So all the SHAs, which is for the west, and all the SM for the east, and then side channel security. Also persistent memory support. Memory partition and monitoring. Advanced telemetry and virtualization support as well. As you'd expect, sort of, this is the gen on gen stuff. So 40% IPC in left over N1. N1 was in Ampere Ultra. So similar power and area as N1, but per watt is what's maximized. So an intense PPA trajectory, that's power performance area. There is some area variance depending on L2 side, but 3.6 gigahertz max core frequency. On 5 nanometer, so this is N1 on 7 versus N2 on 5.
What's your minimum specification?
So that's not ISO process. So yeah, some of the PPA analysis is a bit weird. Here's some microarchitecture numbers. So branch prediction, BTBs, conditional branches, fetch, decode. Yeah. Most structures are bigger, basically, and I just wrote biggers. Some of these slides are changing slowly. West Machine Man, I don't know whether that's what you're experiencing. Let me see if I can move this down a little. Fetch morph cycle on the front end. Increase branch prediction accuracy. Yeah, but is it 8 wide decode, John? Is it? Enhanced security for prevent side channel. then back end. So more ALUs, more branch resolution, shorter pipeline depth, AGUs, hit bandwidth. Was Machine Man, when ARM says a frequency that's usually very optimized end of cycle frequency, they do tend to over egg it a little bit. So maybe 3.3 gigahertz is most. I think with N1 we saw 3.3 gigahertz with Ampere. That was the fastest. That was a server design. Like I say, Ampere isn't using N2. N2 has correlated miss catching prefetching, whatever that means. So temporal prefetcher. Latency increase on L2, or latency improvement on L2 as a result of CMC. Oh, bug just flew into my eye. And then here's some IPC. This graph, I think, is quite hard to read, but 32% IPC improvement at ISO frequency. Even though they said 40% in an earlier slide. Spec 2006 was 40%. So people do wonder why they still quote Spec 2006. I spoke to ARM about this, and a lot of ARM's infrastructure customers really still love Spec 2006 because they find it's more relevant to their workloads than Spec 2017. That's why we still run it as well. Coherent mesh network now. I can't spell coherent. CMN 700. Chiplets and multi-socket. It's meant to be like Infinity Fabric, kinda. I'll show the slide when he pushes the rest of the slide out. And then also CXL support. Is this I/O, cache, and memory, or just I/O and cache? And then here's this slide about the mesh network improvements. What's Machineman? That's peri peri hot sauce. Nando's peri peri hot sauce. Because everyone loves cheeky Nando's. Programmable hotspot rerouting. I thought it said ISO frequency Michael. Maybe I was wrong. But if that's 32% IPC plus 8% on frequency, that's only a small frequency bump. No. Yeah, super home node. Composable data center CFCs. Basically chipsets, chiplets, and IO dies, and super home dies. This sort of hub and spoke management. Again, this is a slide we've seen before that we've spoken about on AnandTech already. Just how to manage chiplet-based designs or die-to-die. Mark, I'm talking about the restaurant Nando's. We don't have Verizon in the UK. Has Nando's moved over to the US now? I'm going to tweet. MPAM, memory partitioning and monitoring. Did I upload the right photo? Yep. This is about balancing, memory controllers, making sure they have peak performance. Nando's is in the US now, huh? Control for capacity or bandwidth. So if you have one VM on your host, and they have a priority memory, then you can priority memory them over anybody else, either bandwidth or capacity. And then, as John says in the chat, it's critical for cloud and automotive. Johto, I think the answer for vector size is 2048. Then a new feature is also CBusy. It's throttling maximum outstanding transactions. CPU. So affect hardware prefetch aggressiveness. Yeah, SVE scales to 2048-bit. So CBusy and MPAM are meant to work together. SVE is how vectors should do. Intel's worrying about AVX, AVX2, AVX512, and then whatever comes forward. Scalable vector extensions on ARM basically means you can have your vector design be any length, but also your software, you compile it once and it can work on any length vector. So Intel made a mistake by having its AVX, AVX2, and AVX512 all have different instruction support. With SVE, you know, your instruction support is fixed. It's just your vector length that's variable, and it's how future vector extensions should do. And yes, Walker's is the company it lays as a brand. I'll say that. If you have any question about SVE, John is in chat and he's a perfect person to ask. Zerp, I did read about the AVX512 support. It is what it is. Depends how much data extra it costs. So, we'll see. Ask again this time next year. I said in my Alder Lake write-up, it's going to be an odd situation if AMD is going to be the one in the market with AVX512 support on the consumer platform and Intel aren't. After that whole no transistor left behind stuff. Michael, you make a fair point. SIMD, Neon on ARM, but SVE solves a lot of that, really. You know, we're having it compared to the market with N2. So this is focusing on integer performance, which is a lot of what infrastructure is, integer performance. Hey, Peter, 7 hours almost now. Another 4 hours to go. Hope you got your coffee. You're going to have to decide whether you're going to watch PC World tomorrow or me. We'll see. And then we got some real world workload numbers as well. Based on real world workload based on free silicon models. So 33% for Memcached, 29% for MySQL, 48% for NGINX. Did the leak say if Zen 4 chiplets are going to increase in core count? John, I'm pretty sure you could suggest to the companies which people they should hire to enable a scalable vector extension ISA. It's also a case of having the right people in the right positions in order to make those movements. Zerp, I think they're doing AVX 512 by splitting it over 2 AVX 512 ports, like they did with AVX 2 over AVX. That would be the smart thing to do. Always the smart thing to do. Suhaib, AMD is already supporting HBM on Trento? Or is Trento just a funky IO die? Either way. Up to 206 cores of N2 should be fun. Hit the market in the next few months. It's time for Q&A, but 3 minutes for Q&A. So what frequency is used in slide 10? About 2.5. Apple question. Apple asking about implementation. Come on, Apple, if you're going to ask questions, also contribute to the conference. Fed up of saying it. Apple never contributes as a sponsor, never contributes any talks. IBM question. These questions are a little bit insane. Is the L2 like an IBM L1 version? So how does CBusy work for a heterogeneous system? All IPs will get a copy of the CBusy and understand how to throttle. So that was about cache partitioning, whether it's weight balanced, and said basically it can be, but it doesn't have to be. They have fine-grained partitioning. Second talk of the session. NVIDIA DPU. And talk is based in Israel, so it's at 1 a.m. So this is basically a Mellanox talk. So this guy co-authored NVMe over Fabric. System use cases, impacts of the architecture on data center. You're down. Platform and architecture use cases. Data center is going through a revolution. So basically, fully disaggregate your server between compute, memory, acceleration, and storage, and software. Requires accelerated networking and DPUs to control it all. That's basically what it's saying. Dan, thankfully there's no homeomorphic encryption talk this year.
What's your minimum specification?
10 to 20 times bandwidth, more bandwidth required per server now, so you need a network infrastructure to support it. It's a data center infrastructure workload. Joto, I think it depends exactly what your goal is in HPC. If your goal is simply to run it or to get the best performance, that's really where it matters. I mean, disaggregated servers, I would like to have a system in the house, one of which is CPUs, one of which is storage, one of which is memory, and they're just all connected over the network. Maybe. As long as I could put like 6 different GPUs in and use the one that I want for each workload. The question is always power. If you have disaggregated systems, do you have to keep all of them powered all the time? moving infrastructure workloads to the CPU is a bad idea. Excuse me. Need appropriate offload. Data path acceleration needed. So Bluefield 2. Or roadmap. Currently shipping Bluefield 2. Announced Bluefield 3. Bluefield 4 is 4 times a Bluefield 3. Bluefield 4 also uses NVIDIA AI. Okay, so now we're getting information about Bluefield 3. Can't remember if I've seen all this before, but 22 billion transistors. Built on what? PCIe 5x32. 400 gigabit per second crypto. 300 equivalent x86 cores. How many Bluefields do you have, John? That's 16 cores of ARM A78, huh? And then DDR5 5600 128-bit bus. Supports 80 million IOPS. So what's that? That's 10 Intel Optane P5800Xs can be supplied by one DPU, Bluefield 3 GPU. ConnectX 7 technology. And then Docker framework. It's what? One development architecture. So program on Docker on Bluefield 2 scales immediately to Bluefield 3 and Bluefield 4. Three different programmable engines. So 16 times ARM A78 server level processor. 16 cores, 256 threads. So that's SMT 16. Data path accelerator. And then ASAP, which is a as soon as possible pipeline programmable packet processor flow pipeline. On this slide it says Bluefield 3X. So let's ask that in the chat. Oh, sorry, it's not ASAP, it's ASAP squared, sorry. Yep, and I can't do a floaty superscript 2 in our engine very easily. John, I'm pretty sure there's a video if you and I got together and started singing the microarchitecture skeleton song. The prefetch is connected to the iCache. We should do that. Gonna make a note. We definitely will. Isolated boot domain for the real-time OS. So there are real-time cores here in a NIC subsystem. PCIe tuned for DPU. Hey Nick, good to see you. Everybody should say hi to Nick in chat. Still talking about the system architecture. It's going a bit above my head right now because I'm not involved in networking to this detail. Oh. So differentiating between different data paths using a software-defined networking stack. Accelerating the full path from host to network. It says bare metal hosts. I assume it can do with virtual hosts. encryption, tunneling, NAT, routing, and sorry, NAT, QoS, emulation. Joining late after work. It's gone 11 p.m. here. So here's 100 gig. Results, DPDK. Million packets per second. This is AMD EPYC 7742 64 core. This is Bluefield 2. So you need, said 10 x86 cores to saturate one of these. Yeah. It's still going a little bit above my head. Mark, 100 gig is becoming very standard inside data centers. I know that Patrick Kennedy at Server Home ripped out all of his 25 gig and 40 gig stuff to replace it with 100 gig because it just wasn't enough even for what he needs. Storage processing acceleration now. So data in flight encryption. So this is all about making sure that you don't trust any point in the chain. Say if you get offloaded into a switch you don't know, into cables you don't know, all your data is encrypted and can be decrypted at the other end. And Mr. Crewell of Tyrius is tweeting at me saying it's a long day. I said at the beginning of today that Hot Chips didn't want to move to 3 days because it doesn't think they'll be able to keep people's attention for that long. It really needs to be 3 days. Oh, I need more coffee. A commodity nick would be something like an X710, just one that you could easily buy off the shelf. I assume they mean a commodity 100 gig nick in those. So, and, you know, there are some. No, Mr. Craver, you're a community nick. And then this is NVIDIA Fabric now. Maybe I can stay awake. I might save the nano source for tomorrow. Space Channel 5. Fun Dreamcast game as well. I actually had my buffalo sauce that's in my fridge with my lunch. Nando sauce does. You need it for chicken. Johto. It's most are still using Ethernet, 25 gig or 40 gig Ethernet. InfiniBand is more specialized for cloud service providers. It's important to understand the difference between a server or a enterprise solution versus a cloud service provider, even a tier 2 cloud service provider, because they are a little bit different. See, Dan says Ethernet almost exclusively. You move to InfiniBand if you need your high performance, you've got a specific use case, or you've already involved in a long-term support contract with them. But yeah, when you start getting to that 100 gig, 200 gig, 400 gig bandwidth, you just need more and more and more data to max out that link. So it's Patrick at Save the Home has a number of good articles on what you actually need to saturate a link. Space Channel 5. I don't like Doritos. I'm not a Doritos fan. They taste like cardboard. All flavors. We're talking about non-blocking MPI. Does HPC still use non-blocking MPI? Hey Brady, all I said was I don't like Doritos. I didn't say anything about anybody else eating them. Everybody else can eat them fine. I prefer my my flaming hot Monster Munch. And then we have gaming. $10 million concurrent users. So is that plus 50% more users per server? With more concurrent users. A Jaina stock. If I really wanted some flaming hot Monster Munch, I should go buy some for tomorrow, for tomorrow's stream. Oh. Bluefield 3X has onboard GPU. So I can delete my question. Oh, I can't delete my message. So yeah, Bluefield 3X support for CUDA. GPU plus DPU plus network connectivity, fully programmable on a single PCIe card. Monster Munch are maze blank. Again, technically, what's its maze main ingredient? Contains flaming hot flavor and flavor enhancers and monosodium glutamate, which is good, and death, which is bad, and sprinkles, which is good. Q&A time. Hi, Dylan. So why use Cortex A78 rather than N1? Because A78 was the most performing core at the time. So will you add CXL to future Bluefield? No comment, but we see CXL. Ignore this. Ignore this. I responded to my question saying ignore. Oh, didn't see it. So I asked question, what cores are running the real-time OS? Because you need a real-time core for real-time OS. And they said that they're designed internally, but they're RISC-V compatible. That's interesting. So RISC-V inside Bluefield. So can the DPU accelerate RAID reconstruction? Simple answer is yes. Extended answer is yes. Simple and complex. Looks like that's going to be a wrap. And, well, so next talk is going to be Intel. Are you familiar with the term IPU? Unfortunately, as a third talk in an IPU section, we get it. This is a problem that machine learning talks have, is that every talk, one spend the first 5 minutes defining again what machine learning is. It's like by the third talk, we get it. You don't need to say it again. That did my head in last year. Ah. Talking about tenants, talking about lots of other stuff. Yeah, Emma, I know they're pre-recorded. They marketing wants every talk to be its own self-contained, standalone presentation, which unfortunately that's what this does. A couple of people suggested that I reduce the font size in the chat window on the stream, so I've done that. APU over time has been gaining more control to free up CPU resources. Move these workloads to the IPU equals more performance. What? You have to tell me what Skywater is. John's talking about making a chip. Should crowdsource it. What does the crowd want in a chip? Solving the infrastructure tax. That's a good soundbite. Mount Evans, this is what they announced back at Architecture Day. Developed in partnership with a CSP. Baidu or JD, maybe. 16 Neoverse N1 cores. 200 gig Ethernet Mac. PCIe 16. NVMe storage with Octane recognition, advanced crypto and compression acceleration. Software, hardware, accelerator, code design. Solving the long tail infrastructure conundrum. You can tell with these presenters that they're reading off a screen because the camera is too close. You can tell that they're not reading off a proper teleprompter, they're just reading off a monitor. So data plane on the left, compute on the right. supports 4 socket systems. With 1 Mount Evans. RDMA and Rocky V2. QoS and telemetry up to 200 million packets per second.
What's your
Inline IPsec. Doesn't say how much though. John, I need to get an EDA generation benchmark. Maybe this is the way to learn how to do that. So, lift off. The what keyboard am I using? It's a Roseville MK9100. It's about a 9-year-old Cherry Blues keyboard. And Brendan, all the information is around you on the screen. This is the Hot Chips watch party. You need to pay access to get to Hot Chips. Alternatively, you can follow along with the live blogs. And this is me doing the live blogs with an open chat so people can talk and also add some commentary. So if you're at Hot Chips, you can watch along if you want. If you're not at Hot Chips, you can follow along the live blog and join in the chat if you like as well. That's all it is. I've been going for 7 hours, 45 minutes. Got another 3 hours or so to go. So the N1s are running at 3 gigahertz. Three channels of dual mode LPDDR4. 102 gigabyte sec bandwidth. That's a low speed LPDDR4. Engines for crypto. Brendan, if you want to go see Hot Chips live and get access to all the slides and the presentations and join in the Slack, it's $160 if you're just a professional with no IEEE membership. This is. Whereas you can watch me and see stuff for free, so. Intel didn't just glue assets together. So you'd think that everybody at Intel would know not to use the word glue. You'd be surprised how many different engineers in different departments have absolutely no idea what's going on in the rest of the company. That has gone on at the rest of the company. It is like they're working in a different country under a different dictator. It's just simply, yeah, what you think is obvious to the market, to the end user, most of the company won't have any clue. Let's put it that way. So P4 programmable pipeline. I really want to try Cherry MX greens, but I haven't come across a green keyboard. So in the presentation, I originally said glue from Intel. It was designed by an engineer. It was for an engineering audience. It was for a pre-briefing. And you do have glue logic. That is a thing. But a lot of people have taken it to be a very strong dig because it was being used against AMD at the time. So. Sorry, kind of being distracted from the presentation here. They are talking about more software implementation now as well. One of the questions should be, does this work with CXL? Elo J, if I drank every time a slide said leadership or scalable, I would have died 5 hours ago. Most applications for IPU is brownfield. Has to be dropped into current infrastructure. So that's what they mean by when they say brownfield.
What's your minimum specification?
Oh, that's true. Jaina Wood. You're right, PCIe 4 doesn't support CXL. Will future models support CXL, I guess? Yeah, Mark, glue logic has been a thing since the 70s. If you go back to the WAN show, directly after that blew up as a thing, Linus specifically talks about a message I sent to him saying, I know you're going to talk about glue on the WAN show. Just so you know, glue logic is a thing. And he said, Ian, do you think we're stupid or something? Oh, no, we didn't know about this, so thank you for telling us. So, yeah, glue logic is a thing. John, here's a question for you. Is there a way you can source me about 300 chips, around about a centimeter square of anything? I just need 300 of the same chips. You know, just at least thumbnail size sort of thing. Do you know somebody who could, I don't care what it is, I don't care what process node it's made on, I just need just the silicon, not inside a package. What do you think we can do there? Don't worry, Mark. Linus was very ignorant as well. Ha! No, I jest. So now talking about system security. John, I'm not talking about wafers, I'm just talking about the chips. And yeah, I have video ideas, yes. And yeah, I'm hungry, but I've got plenty of chips in front of me. I just want them separate. That's all I want. Yeah, dice. There we go. It's late. It's almost midnight. I need to ask around. No, I just spoke to Lattice. Maybe they'll be able to send me some, but they'll be packaged silicon. I don't know if they'll be able to send me unpackaged silicon. Plus, they actually need to send me something bigger than 1 square millimeter. Future-proofing. Compliant to NSA standards and FIPS 140. Said something about 2030. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be FPGAs. It can just be any silicon. It can be power inductors for all I care. Just has to be big enough to be seen, and I need a couple of hundred of them. More info at the Intel On event. PPA question. The reason why they picked ARM over x86 cores is because it was right core for the right time. The question came up about 4 times in our briefing for Intel Architecture Day. So ARM versus why is the Mount Evans using ARM rather than x86? Hey, John. Will it be compliant? Yes. SPSA. TDP. Depends on your workload. That's not what he asked. Oh, for God's sake. I hate that question. I hate that sort of answer. What's your TDP? Well, it depends on your workload. That's not what TDP means. Oh, yeah. The question, will it work with Sapphire Rapids given both have crypto engines? The answer is yes. Question, does Mount Evans replace the traditional server PTH because it does a lot of the same functions? The answer is no, because the PTH does a lot of I/O. And now my stream has stopped. It's about that time of day when everything gets updated. Okay, stream's going again. Question about customer engagements. Does Mount Evans, is Mount Evans specific to Xeon? No, you can use it with any CPU. So next presentation. Okay, one more question then. Next sec, I can say that's wrap. Time for a keynote. I need to go start the next live blog. There's Skydio. Yeah, somebody asked a sale question. Oh, Francois asking a question now. Did he really call himself a processor guru? Oh, come on, Francois. Oh, yes, he did. Oh my God, that is the... Francois. It's just the height of pretentiousness, isn't it? Literally listed himself as ex-former Intel performance guru. And he's being called out for it by the organizers. We're 5 minutes late starting this next keynote. Jax, is he actually French? Yes. French-born, now has an American passport. He may be dual nationality, I don't know. I think John got it in one. I think it was amusing that some press called him a CPU architect when he quit Intel. win some hacks. No, it's just in the Slack. It was requested that you put in your current affiliation in square brackets, so the chair who's moderating the questions know who you come from. And he basically put in ex-performance engineer / Mercedes-Benz, AI R&D or whatever. He just had to shove it in. So. Enabling next generation. When I hear autonomous flight for this next talk, I was thinking about people flying. They're talking more about drones.
What's your minimum specification?
Beyond vision flight. So Tesla for the skies, but for packages and drones and stuff. Night, Michael. Here we go, Skydio. So with a background of drones. Some people have asked if I should interview Elon. I don't think he'd want to be interviewed by me, to be honest. And MEMS, IMUs, and GPS. Now making them a lot smaller, need less power. I think we all like Ralph. Ralph's also the press collection for hot chips. So I've been speaking to him for 7+ years. Oh, this is another presentation that's going to be full of point, and you don't know when the end of the slide is going to be. Why do people do this? Replacing legacy methods, cheaper and safer and faster. So camera cranes, safety, tower inspection, bridge inspection. Basically anything you need a camera and you can attach to and move it fast. Economics don't scale. Hard to fly, easy to crash. More man hours in than flight hours out. That's interesting. So imagine a high-end drone cost and then multiplying it by 5. Confined area control with machine learning. Yeah, Matthew, it's about, you know, if you're using a police drone, can you fly it? Or, you know, situational awareness, which is coming up with this slide here. So basically, if you automate that 80% cost out. So they've got moving videos on this, and I can't capture them, but integrated solutions, that sort of stuff. I can transition similar to flip phone to smartphone. Nick, I don't use the print screen button. I built my own script to do my screenshots. So it's one button done. Saves it, and all I do is click to upload it. I don't need to print screen, I don't need to paste, I don't need to find somewhere to save. It's all done. Now, video. Showing use cases. Some funky music. And because the stream looks like it's in 480p, it's been totally butchered by the streaming platform. The streaming platform, you can't force a resolution, so. Yeah, AJC points out that if you automate drones too much, you get Black Mirror. The episode with all the bees, but really we need to develop that in case the bees die out. So so 340 million venture capital funding, first US drone unicorn, world leader in autonomous flight technology. Matthew, we need to make the bees bigger than nostrils, basically. That was the Black Mirror problem. So, standard annual drone volumes today, $5.1 billion. What? 2.3 million units across $5.1 billion. When drones are the size of hummingbirds, will they become disposable, maybe? I mean, cell phones are practically disposable these days, aren't they? I'm pretty sure they're over-egging their market numbers here.
What's your minimum specification?
Yeah, enterprise market. This is really over-egging the market. Ugh. So 100x enterprise growth over 10 years. Yeah. So start from 9 o'clock, go to Synopsys, which is 3.5 hours. So Synopsys should start about 4.5 hours into the stream, the paradoxy. When we end the stream at about 10, 11 hours, we'll put full timestamps in the description. So stage 3 in this graph right now is, drone as a service. Take photos of your kid's sports game with an app. So you have an app and say, I want you to take pictures of this sports game. You pay your money, it flies over the game at the right time. It determines what action shots it needs to take, and it flies back. And then you get those photos. That's going to be fraught with security issues and people with nets on their guns, at least in the US anyway. So this is a Skydio ad in Skydio Autonomy Engine. So you need sensors, algorithms. So 6 times 4K 360-degree fisheye cameras. So that's more than... Isn't that more than what a Tesla uses? 24K? Nick, haven't you seen the code that stops drones colliding? If collide into other drone, don't. Easy code to write. So basically depth mapping. Yeah, color-coded depth map generation. Yeah, so Nick's right. Tesla cameras aren't that high resolution because it takes too much power. So if you've got 6 4K cameras, so yeah, detecting thin structures and wires is a main problem with, you know, drones flying around. You got to be able to detect where the power lines are. That's why you need such high resolution, but you also need tons and tons of compute. Yeah, saying a drone, you know, collided with a descending plane. You know, can it react to something coming in at 100 miles an hour? Yeah. So the demo right now is keeping somebody in shot regardless of terrain and speed. You know, following the criminal, which is usually generating a 3D view of the world. So it's 3D mapping, live, and evolving. So the vehicle should remember where it's been, so it doesn't need to do as much compute. But it because so this is cool. Mountain biking, and you need a drone to follow you to take pictures, and it does it automatically. The thing about the Tesla cars is that people don't often realize is that they're trying to get it to work solely with RGB cameras, no LiDAR, no radar, no nothing. If you can get it to work just with vision processing, then that's amazing. Problem these guys are going to have is that with Tesla, you essentially run in shadow mode, so you can see what the algorithm will do, but it won't actually do anything, and it will compare what it thinks it should do versus what the driver is actually doing. And if the driver does something that the algorithm didn't predict, it gets flagged, and then that gets trained if it's worth training on the data set. So when you've got 100,000 cars with that feature, how many drones are they going to have with that feature? The problem is also with the battery life, there are orders of magnitude more to solve with 3D drones than there are with cars. And now they're just showing simulated examples of use cases. Doesn't it help that the frame rate of the stream isn't the same as the frame rate of the video? So building 3D maps in real time. As detailed as needed. That's kind of cool. Or at least taking the photos to process elsewhere. And, instant results based on cloud, I imagine. And then if you need another pass, do another pass. This is one of the issues that these crowd-funded, venture capital funded startups have, is they spend a lot of money on this type of, fancy videos and stuff. But Skydio 3D scan sounds all right. Using NVIDIA and Qualcomm. That's an NVIDIA GPU right in the center there. So Qualcomm with the 5G. I can't see what GPU that is. Does it say TE771D A2? What's that? That's a Jetson TX2. Okay. So they're using a Jetson DX2 for the processing. And let's use Qualcomm's being used for the 5G. For the connecting. Excuse me. Or Qualcomm for image signal processing. So we have an imaging SoC and a navigation SoC. I assume imaging is Qualcomm and navigation is NVIDIA. So power budget for a drone, 100 to 200 watts for 20 minutes to 40 minutes flight time. So 1 watt of compute consumes flight time by 10 seconds, whereas 4 grams of payload reduces flight time by 10 seconds. So if you buy a potato from Amazon, only reduces the flight time by 10 seconds. I'd say, yeah. Can you have in-flight charging? compute constraint is mostly driven by size, weight of the board. Types of computation here. Logic and health, low-level image processing, geometric computations, deep learning, nonlinear optimizations. Yeah, hot swap battery in mid-flight. Oh, and here's how they offload all the different sections of that compute between CPU, ISP, GPU, DSP, NPU. Nick, I think it's a case of you still have to be aware of what's around you. For example, if you get attacked by an eagle, or if you're reversing, you need to know what's in front of you, but also what's behind you, like lines. Ask a couple of questions in the Slack, John. You'll like those. Was it a net and a flamethrower on a drone, John? Anti-drone device. I think Charlie's asked about radiation protection. AJC, solid state battery tech. I really think we're at the end of battery technology. This is it for eternity now. Oh, EMP. Yeah, that also works. Mobile EMP. Yeah, but that's it. That's almost anything as well. Scotty, I misread your message and thought it said, seen Scottish police with an anti-drone drone with a tactical black net. Talk about model with predictive control.
What's your minimum specification?
Matrix solvers again. Almost at the end of my wasabi. I think I might save some of these for tomorrow. If this talk was earlier in the day, I'd be a lot more gung-ho about it. The energy is waning a bit. Thanks to the 85, 86 of you that are still around. Custom differential geometry, what? Generated code is branchless. Haha. I don't know enough about symbolic computation to know if this is good or not. It's not something that comes up that often. That's very much more a software thing. Downside of being a hardware person. Provided an order of magnitude speed up. Finding ways to apply to other hardware through standard interfaces. Maths got hard when it went into topology. Yeah, but all of this is closed source, obviously, because it's a venture capital funded startup. So they're saying that the you have to deal with sun glare like this and what it means, and you can't just have a hardware ASIC that does it really fast if you can't program it and you can't optimize it for future. So what do they want? They want next-gen SoCs with more power, more accelerators, more abstractions, and lower power. I love it when software people argue about languages because it gets into such small minutiae that I get lost very quickly. But then again, it's the same as hardware. So Q&A time. Please ask my questions.
What's your minimum specification?
John, yeah, it's whenever somebody subscribes or super chats, it comes up.
What's your minimum specification?
I'll bump it up a bit louder, maybe. Please tell me if it's too loud. So questions so far, compare it to the rest of the market. The difference with Skydio is the software, and the user is what's asking to do. Demos are easy, but actually getting it to work in all situations is hard. Question about what do you want in a better processor? What does it need? They're asking for at least 2x, if not 10x. Thing is, John, I can't hear it because some reason it won't come through my headphones, but it's weird. Anybody would take 10x, 100x, 1000x. He's just saying that they've got enough of what they need now, and he knows the future will happen. Really should have just said, give us a... He doesn't want to say that our stuff doesn't work unless you have 100x. It's more of a marketing message, so... Nick, a question I kind of put to Jim Keller was, do you worry about the ethics of what you're building? And he turned around and said, well, it's mostly being used for good in history. So hopefully that will continue.
What's your minimum specification?
haven't been saying what the questions are because they're actually going quite dense. But they are on the screen to read. I'm just trying to listen in. Sometimes he's avoiding the question. I'm waiting for my questions to come up. Francois question. So talking about FAA licensing, and because it's pilot assist for commercial use, yes, you still need a license. So you don't forget Intel just shuttered its RealSense division. So about batteries, what's your ideal battery? Basically said that their view is, battery technology has been getting slow over time. The needs for drones aren't crazy. It's more about safety and capacity. And the power draw isn't necessarily that high and not peaky. And the needs for drones seem to be well aligned with laptops and cars. So that's a question about hot swapping batteries mid-flight if you need constant. He said anything is possible, but to do that, it's actually challenging to do it well. He visions that drones should be able to live in docking stations, so you can go there, fly, recharge, or replace batteries, and that's a better solution. Or if you need a constant presence in the air, you just need to use multiple drones. I think my issue that he didn't really address is the fact that you need distance, right? So perhaps you need drone battery charge as a service. You want to send your drone to somebody several hours away, flies for 40 minutes, finds a docking station, charges up, then flies up and goes and does it, or you just have battery charging mid-flight. So Skydio is autonomous flight company, autonomous drones using machine learning, next-gen drone technology for industry, that sort of stuff. It's really quite interesting. So it looks like break time. That was a good 2.5 hour session. Next session starts in half an hour. New technology, we've got augmented reality contact lenses, and also Samsung's Aquabot XL processing in memory. And for some reason, everything on my on my YouTube studio has converted into US timings and what have you, for no apparent reason. I wonder why that's gone. So I'm going to stop up here, and we'll be back in half an hour for another 3 talks. So that's another hour and a half after that. We finish at 7 p.m. Pacific. So yeah, so this live stream will go on for a total of 11 hours. Fun times, fun times. Hope you're all staying awake. There's still 90 of you here. Big thanks to all of you for staying around. Now the last 2 hours. This is a stretch. Let's do it.
What's your minimum specification?
Hey, break time is almost over. You never really know how short half an hour is until you're in one of these hot chips days and you stop, you make sure you go have something to eat, maybe use the bathroom, maybe decide what you want to do next, and then you realize you've got 2 minutes to get up here and turn everything on. That's hot chips. It really needs to be over 3 days. 2 days is too short, guys. Not for 27 talks. Ugh. Three keynotes. Stream is still healthy. I just checked the stats. We have not dropped one frame to YouTube in 9.5 hours. So watch it all go to crap. But you'll see. Topic of this session is new technology. We have got, what's it, IQ. Let me interact with this. We've got Infineon, EdgeQ, and then Samsung. The Samsung one at the end is the one that really interests me. I should probably put a PST clock on the screen tomorrow. Yeah, that probably would be worthwhile, I guess. Yeah, current time or whatever. Yeah, we'll see. I've got the day 2 schedule sorted. It's just a case of adding it in. Good idea. I'll do that in the morning. So, let's see, should be almost ready to go. I think the music's just stopped on the stream. No, music's still going. And so safety in automotive systems is first, then RISC-V for 5G, radio access network with EdgeQ, and then Samsung, HBM, and there's a couple of special announcements coming in there as well. Just be about to start. But for some reason, they're playing the funeral march on the stream. So that's fun. Is everybody holding up okay? 9.5 hours in. Hope you're all enjoying it. It says average watch time is about 8 minutes for a 9.5 hour stream. Interesting. Nicholas, have you been having any trouble with the conference stream itself? It has paused a couple of times for like 15 seconds, usually during the Q&A, but no, aside from that, nothing. But then again, I have had it full screen for the whole time on one of my monitors. If you're flicking back and forth, that might be causing some issues, perhaps. So here we go. Let's start. Enabling technologies, new technologies. Hey JC, thanks for having you the whole time. It's I think my wife's been watching as well the whole time as well. Few people bring the whole average up, but viewers are slightly coming back up from break. Hope you're all doing well. Ramanujan from Infineon for this presentation. Next generation automotive challenges. It's going to be 31 slides in 20 minutes. This is going to be quite fast then. So next generation automotive is about climbing a mountain. I mean, quite literally, let's drive up a mountain. So evolving technologies such as battery sensing AI. But we need to do the autonomous electric mobility future. And there are steps along the way. I'm going to screenshot this slide when he stops adding stuff to it. Again, please don't do this with slides. Make sure it has everything on it as needed. This makes the live blogs a lot easier, even if you have to talk through it. So it's talking about high workload specific compute, connect to the world for security. You could argue that offers less security, but that's the whole air gaps problem. High availability beyond critical operations, and you need architecture evolution. Adaptable architectures. Avoid legacy impact. So let's start with the compute side of things. Again, it's more multi-slides, so I'll wait until it puts them up. Fast security accelerators for authentication.
What's your minimum specification?
Architecture evolution. So ESP, EPB, EPAS, sort of stuff. NFT. Logical spoofing. Any connection out is an attack vector. So need a fail-safe system. This is where ADAS systems come in. This is what they mean by high availability. So you have a fail-safe is the base. That means that if it fails, you're still safe. Fail operational means if something doesn't work, you can still use it. And then high availability means it just doesn't fail, regardless of failure, it still operates as needed. That's when you have redundancy and that sort of stuff. So saying EE architectures as if it's like electronic engineering, but it's ECUs and stuff. So you need multiple ECUs doing multiple things, multiple sensors, taking the same thing, coming to the same conclusions, and that's where your fail operational and high availability comes in. Just multiple levels of redundancy. This is why autonomous driving costs so much to implement. Well, that's the idea anyway. So moving towards future architectures with an Ethernet backbone and a central computer. So this is also helps reduce cost. So this is the Infineon product microcontroller, Infineon Aurix. and tri-core architecture. Designed around 2 decades ago. Or tri-core. Tri-core was. Aurix in production since 2015. Tri-core since 1995. Adding modern features as time goes on. So we see hypervisor support, improved memory hierarchy, multi-core, integer divide, double precision. You know, really, really basic stuff. But this is a sort of market that this is. So 500 megahertz in latest gen. New accelerators, parallel processing, and then enhanced DSPs. For most of us who think more about high performance compute, this seems really, really basic, but that's what I have to deal with. So ASIL D safety. Security standards. It's hardware isolation at the core level. 8 VMs per core and hypervisor. So everything should operate in its own, isolated process. Fine granular access protection. And then DMA protection from physical attacks. Connectivity to ×5 gigabit Ethernet. Accelerated MACsec support. So hardware acceleration for encryption. Again, stop the physical attacks. You might think it's a bit stupid to have physical protection on an automotive device, but think of all the kind of mafia things that you can do with a car now. Now imagine if it had all this sort of integrated connectivity, what those sorts of attacks might do. So you got to improve that. So 2 PCI 3.0 X1 lanes. So you can run a RTX 3090 on that PCIe lane, though you need a driver. Hacking cars. Nick saying the club or Watch Dogs. I still need to play Watch Dogs, but full CPU architecture layout. So 6 cores at 500 megahertz. Debug and trace. SIMD vector DSP and scalar core. And now some performance numbers. So Arc EV71 PPU. So their own custom core, but they're outsourcing, the PPU, the SIMD vector DSP. Nicholas, it's a car, Shania. You already have a driver. Yes. Okay, I needed a good laugh. That was good. That's funny. That's proper joke funny, that is. DEFCON videos are amazing. Though the DEFCON videos I like watching, really, really fun, but then you said, oh, this was based on hardware that VIA launched in 2007. And sometimes you want to do it more. But back to the talk. It's going quite fast through some of these hardware and software stacks. They're autonomous. There is no driver. Security. So is that automotive unique encryption algorithms? For if we're going again. Let's see. You might just have to ditch this Talks live blog. Woohoo. Let's see how this goes. Of course, everybody's left, but hopefully some people have stayed. We're just in the Q&A section of this first talk. Let's just skip that and wait until the EdgeQ one for next. Yeah. Next talk in 2 minutes, so let's continue there. Yeah, the minute you say the stream is stable, it screws up. Does my ISP do 4 or 5G backup? No. No, I don't have any sort of failover. Didn't think I need to, really. Usually it's pretty fine, but then normally I'm not awake at 2 a.m. So, back straight up to 59 viewers. Thanks for coming back, everyone. Much appreciated. You know, pitchforks. We'll save pitchforks for another day, I think. Looks like some of the things in the screen has balked, but so I don't. Will says about ISPs in the UK resetting the router each night. My security system restarts, but my router doesn't tend to. I mean, I'm not using the ISP supplied router anyway, and looks like the chat box is completely balked. So let's see if I can reset that. See now, reset widgets or something. Yeah, I don't know why the chat doesn't want to show up. I don't know. Oh, and the AnandTech window is also a bit balked. Let's change that. Get rid of the ad. Is there a way to reboot the widgets in Streamlabs OBS? Does anybody know? IBM stuff was about 9-10 hours ago. Hame. Oh, okay, chat's back now as well. Second talk is EdgeQ Open RISC-V 5G Radio Access Networks. So we just hit the 10-hour mark. Oof. I wonder what that gap is going to look like in the replay. Oh, is the donation bar moving? Well, it could be a first or anything. I did reset it, but let's check on my phone. No, I think that's what I set it as, so unfortunately. EdgeQ, one of the emerging companies. .5G base station on a single chip. $50 plus SoCs launched, 2 billion modems shipped. Wow. 100 billion revenue generated. What? And advisors from Qualcomm and employees from Qualcomm, Intel, Broadcom. Huh. 8 generations of modem to the market and was in stealth until end of last year. I've been getting emails from EdgeQ for quite a while. I just kind of put them back of the mind because they're not, it's base station technology. So this is next generation RAM. What is 5G? Oh. 2 years ago, we got every presentation was, what is 5G? The important thing here for 5G, I think, is all the stuff on the right about ultra reliability, devices, but it's that in the thing in the bottom left where it says licensed, unlicensed, and millimeter wave. So licensed spectrum between 3.2 and 4.9 gigahertz, unlicensed between 5.9 and 7.1 gigahertz, and then millimeter wave. The difficulty is that lots of different geolocations will have different bands within those frequencies, and you basically either need to support all for all markets or one. So waiting for expanded bands as well. This is what 5G kind of base station looks like now. And you'll notice this, you'll see the remote radial unit with the antenna, and then you have a baseband unit down below that does a lot of the compute. We're talking, as I spoke with Jim Anderson from Lattice, you've got the data plane and the control plane. And the idea here is that EdgeQ is trying to do both in one, it looks like. So Open RAN on the far right is COTS, commercial off-the-shelf based hardware. So migration to a cloud native model. So ORAN is just Open RAN. And this is essentially what the ORAN base station looks like. This is this next image, slide 5. So you have front haul, mid haul, x86, DSPs, and RF. So you have central unit, distributed unit, and radio unit. So you got a choice: you either take all the data and send it somewhere to be analyzed and understand noise out of data out of noise, or you try and do it directly at the base station. And you know, they have FFTs, analog to digital conversion, that sort of stuff. Provides scheduling of users. So everybody has a very slightly different frequency and can work with the network. So it could be multiple radio units into a central unit. DU is a hybrid architecture, mixed special hardware or general hardware. So use the right hardware for the right situation. What's needed is the open interfaces between each section. So front haul to mid haul, then eventually to back haul. Ooh, excuse me. Nick, about accuracy and frequency. You also need being able to control wind movement. A big thing is about, can you keep a signal when a subject is moving, and can you identify it properly? That's why you have, Q8, 256, 1024 QAM modulation, 64 QAM modulation. Depends how well you can resolve the data. So here we have a 5G programmable baseband DSP. So one of EdgeQ's devices is in the radio unit. So distributed unit has multiple EdgeQ chips for signal processing. Basically, you either use one piece of hardware at different segments, or you can use the same piece of hardware on all segments, but it just uses different elements at different times. If they've got 50 SoCs already out in the market, then they can make multiple ASICs for this, I assume. Developing a converged SoC. And if you have a programmable DSP, you can use it for one thing at one side, one thing at another side. Same way that you can use a CPU pretty much anywhere. It's programmable DSPs. Well, they are trying to do a whole base station on a chip, but you just use the same chip in two different places. But here comes up some of the pictures, Nicholas. So RISC-V ISA with 50 plus custom extensions. So 8-core ARM Neoverse. CPU subsystem. And I can't write now. And then accelerators, IO subsystem, PCIe, USB, Ethernet, a GNU tool chain, massively parallel. They say 8-core ARM Neoverse CPUs. I wonder if somebody's asked which cores. So this is a large slide. I'm trying to ask questions in the chat. So I'm asking for the Q&A later, what cores are used in the CPU subsystem? What ARM Neoverse? What's the peak TDP for this sort of chip? What's process node? And is the core based on is the RISC-V core based on a publicly known core? Supports multiple configurations and is software upgradable. Yeah, one of the questions I've asked is peak TDP, so. This presentation keeps going a bit fuzzy. I think somebody's put it together a bit weird. It says life of a packet within a chip. Matthew says RF tech runs on 90% black magic and 10% extreme amounts of energy. It is amazing how something like this can transmit, has enough power to transmit to a base station. I think the nearest one for me is about 200 meters away, and still get, gigabytes of throughput. It's a bit insane. So he's just going through this slide right now, talking about the life of a packet. And which one requires hard IP, is software-based, fully software-based, which is part software, part hardware. So, and of course, it has to do all this in microseconds. Excuse me. Profound reinvention and disruption. Ooh, that's a tiny chip. That's a fun chip diagram. So the guy might not actually be available for Q&A. They're trying to connect him. Working electronics isn't one of his skill sets. That's funny. Neoverse E1 is at 2 gigahertz. So aiming for the teens in watts for power. License the IP from AMD's, but functionality is custom. So base AMD's IP. That's quite interesting. AMD's is a company that people should be paying more attention to. I should be paying more attention to. So. Charlie's messaging me over the Slack. Fun times. So singular chip is meant to have all the base attributes needed for this sort of open RAN architecture. And the 50 extensions are common functionalities like FFT and stuff. Sorry, I know I'm not speaking a lot. The questions aren't that exciting, and one of the Hot Chips organizers is speaking to me. They're asking for a lot of feedback, how people are liking the program. Okay, so now we're on for Samsung time. Samsung time, HBM PIM, HBM2 PIM. PIM means processing in memory. HBM2 PIM. There's a couple of announcements here that are pretty good. So they've been working on PIM for a while, and it's this fourth section that's really important. Not only are they doing Acrobot with GPUs and FPGAs, but next generation DRAM with processing in memory. This is going to be pretty cool. Null void. Our minimum specification is an 11-hour live stream. Damn it. So let's talk about PIM first. What is PIM? Rather than move data to the CPU or accelerator for basic operations, do it right in memory. So PIM proof of concept is difficult. Only Samsung so far. Other solutions do it slightly differently. This is essentially direct replacement. So if you put it in your system, even if you don't need it, it will still work. You don't need extra bus ports. You don't need extra anything else. And the way it gets managed is quite interesting. If you've seen, so they did kind of a announcement on this earlier in a year, but this is a bit more on the topic. So you're expanding the pyramid of Optane, basically. Pyramid of storage with another solution. So it's funny. This diagram, there's an int1 system on there. Oh dear. Huh. Where is the int1? Oh, the zinc. The bottom left of the green section. That's funny. Cobalt, Excel, system level first gen PIM memory based on HBM2 Aquabolt. So the idea here is instead of having an 8 gigabit die, you have a 4 gigabit die plus some compute. And the compute, you need the space for the compute, but the compute doesn't take all of that 4 gigabit space. It's quite tiny, but it's not nothing. And you can utilize all that internal DRAM bandwidth for the compute. You do have to have lots of threads going on to maximize the compute module, but it's still designed to throughput in times. I think they're going to say some numbers, but I think they're going into gigaflops of FP16. I think FP16, FP8. They'll say later in the presentation. So it's mainly used in memory-bound workloads such as AI, and it makes you think whether it would help with crypto. You know, imagine if this memory just blows crypto wide open and you need to have it for any sort of crypto access on a GPU. Come on, Samsung, sell it for crypto. So yeah, the diagram in the bottom left here is what's really important. So the point here they're trying to make is that when you add in, you don't use any extra power. Which is an issue I've had with PIM technologies. Yeah, other PIM memories have issues. So, Thor Song 1, thanks for the $2, mate. Much appreciated. The thing here is that does Chia run on FP16? PIM unit has 3 units. D controller, and I didn't hear what the third one it was. Register files. Yeah, so every unit between 2 banks basically, and no additional timing impact on memory. So the whole point about processing memory is if you need simple additions and multiplications, you can do them in memory and you don't need to transfer the data to the CPU to do it. So this is a slide about what instructions you can do in PIM. and it's still Samsung specific, working with JDEC for a proper spec. Samsung has told us that they want this to be a general spec that everybody can use. It's not there yet, so when that happens, they want to make this a proper product, and other companies can come in with their own versions, but they want it to be a standard. It's not a standard yet. Yeah. So the one thing you do need to know, and you do need to do, is recompile your software. You can't just use libraries right now. Don't forget, these floating point units are still really basic. You can't do a lot. It doesn't store a lot in registers. You literally just have to have 2 operands, and then it stores the data back in memory. One of the things here is that you need to have about 24 threads to get peak performance. So yeah, use PIM library replacements for AI and recompile. So if you use the library, then the library will automatically sort it for you. So Python, Blast, Gem, and then microkernels. So yeah, GPU kernels for PIM as well. So PIM execution blocks. So HBM2 8 high stack has 4 PIM plus 4 standard HBM dies. So you could have 8 high dies. They've done 4 and 4. And then compute bandwidth is 1.23 terabyte per second and 4.92 terabyte per second off chip and on chip. So this is their sort of synthetic benchmark testing. AlexNet and ResNet benefit a lot. Or no, they don't benefit much. But yeah. Yeah. What's B1, B2, B4? Oh, batch size increase. So batch 1, basically. Okay, here's power. Plus 5.4% power compared to regular HBM. I assume that's 4 gig to 4 gig and not a 4 gig plus HBM. Need to ask that. What Where's my talk? The reason why I ask whether the 5.4% power is 4 gig to 4 gig is that because they said that they have a 4 gig plus PIM for the same area as an 8 gig. They said that in the briefing, so need to ask that. So even though you are adding power to the HBM, you're actually decreasing the average system power by a lot and reducing the execution time by a lot. And this is in natural language processing. So Xilinx is doing a model with HBM2 PIM coming September, I think. Or it's something like it's a, or is the Alveo U280 all of it? I thought the U280 was already out. I need to ask Xilinx that. And then this is, some of the evaluation metrics of the U280 with PIM. And here's the example of, performance game, what they're doing with the gems and the ads. And yeah, 2.5 to 2.8x performance. And then your networks. So 2.49x performance with 62% energy reduction. What's that? A 4x performance per watt? 1/3 of 2.5 is 0.8. So what's that? A 3.4x performance per watt. And now this is fun. Can also be applied to LPDDR5, such as LPDDR5 X6400. This is based on simulation results. So this isn't actually physical. This is what they plan to do, either this product or future LPDDR products. But it can be done on LPDDR5. It's not HBM specific. That's the goal they're trying to do in this presentation here. And there's going to be more of this as well. So if you're doing your AI on your smartphone, such as, camera processing, if you're not doing that on the DSP automatically, and it's on the CPU, then you can do assisted CPU, especially when you're memory bound. So here we've got BERT, we've got Deep Speech, Deep Labs, Stargan, Video Bokeh, Energy efficiency. Well, that speech recognition is 8.3x. So these are frequently asked questions. Do programmers need to know how it works? And looks like we're going to get dim level PIM as well. So DDR4, DDR5 compatible requires a buffer. You need a buffer because of how memory works. In order to do the compute, you need to do it over a cache line, and because a minimum word size at once, and you can't do that with the way that naturally the DRAM works. So this is only suitable for buffered memory. We won't see this on consumer. That being said, LPDDR5, yeah, I don't know. They definitely did say that this requires a XDIMM buffer. Nepanikus, live vlogs are on AnandTech. If you want to go through this watch party stream, it starts about 45 minutes in. Either later tonight when this is up, or tomorrow I'll stick in timestamps for the whole day. So. Evaluation system. So developed with a Xilinx UltraScale FPGA as the buffer controller. You can see they've put an add-in card and it's got an FPGA on it. That's your buffer controller, and then on top there's your memory. I wonder if they'll give me one of those, or let me play with one, or just let me touch one. They got Type-C ports on it. It's hard to measure power in that sort of environment, but yeah. But the whole point here is, requests per second and execution time of requests. Yeah. But yeah, it's proof of concept on a Broadwell server. Was Broadwell DDR3 still? Or was Broadwell DDR4? It's got to be DDR4. So E5 2690 V4. Is that Broadwell? Yeah. And that was DDR4. Okay. So future products. So GDDR6 and HBM3 in the future, but HBM3 will have FP16 and FP32. Currently only int8 and int16. I didn't pick up on that in the performance, but trying to introduce JDEC standard with HBM3 by initial spec at end of year, which is something I learned. Crispy Silicon Broadwell Consumer and Broadwell Server use different memory. I'm looking at CPU World for the 2690V4 and it's DDR4. So final Q&A time of the day. How does PIM manage coherence with host? So how does PIM manage coherence with the host? The memory vision will be offloaded, so that those will not be cached, but those applications have low data reusability. But by mandating that data isn't cached, you actually also can increase performance in other ways by directly not caching it into power and stuff. Talking about software use, and I already mentioned that software needs to be recompiled. Don't need to change the source code. HBM16 on HBM3. So this is HBM3 with processing in memory, and you can do F16 compute with the data in memory rather than needing to offload it to the CPU. This is what the whole processing in memory is all talking about. This is what this whole talk is talking about, processing in memory. So, gonna be fun. Sorry, that line should have said HBM3 PIM. Just like GDR6 PIM. PIM, processing in memory. So expanding into more frameworks like Python and TensorFlow and So host still does reductions. He's doing a wishy-washy answer. It's not the answer to my question. Samu, we don't know. Zen 3 based products, probably high end because it's a value add. It depends how much they want to encroach on the price brackets of other processors. It's easy at the high end. Would you buy a 5600 with Vcache if it costs the same as a 5700? That sort of thing. Or would you rather take the 2 extra cores? So I do believe that's the end of today. Oh, hands up. F in chat if you stayed the whole 11 hours. Oh, it's been an insane day. Hope you all enjoyed it. Ah, I'm pretty much ready for bed. That's it for today. We're literally where it says fin. We're at the fin bit. It has finished. We will be back. I will be back tomorrow. We start at the same time. That's 4 p.m. UK, 8 a.m. Pacific. And yeah, thank you all for staying. Tomorrow will be the same length. We actually start a little bit earlier. I can't remember which talks tomorrow. Let me put up scheduled day 2. Because I should have that up here. Let me just change this for a second. And copy and paste a duplicate. Okay, scheduled day 2. What we have here is we have machine learning and AI. That's going to be inference chips, then a Department of Education keynote, then a break. So that will be a big 2.5-hour session to start the day. Then a break. Then we have machine learning and AI too. That's 2 hours of big chips. We're going to hit the Cerebrus there. That's going to be fun. They've got some really interesting stuff to talk about. Then we have an hour for lunch. Then it's the big graphics section. I think a lot of you are going to be turning up for that. That's going to be a big 2-hour session. Then another break. Then we have another section on new technology. I forget which one that's going to be on. Let me just double check for a second. That's going to be, all right, no, that's going to be the augmented reality lenses. That's going to be another Samsung talk. And then that's also going to be about quantum ions. So lots to do tomorrow. And a couple of you have asked for a timer so we can see what time it is exactly when these talks go on. I'll try and implement that in the morning after I get some sleep. And thanks, Lord DiCapo, for the $5, and Niklaus for the 10. It's been a great stream to have you all, especially those of you who stayed. We actually peaked at about 350 viewers in the stream about an hour and a half in. That was when we were going through the main talks on CPUs, and then you can imagine it dropped off. And then as we had breaks and lunch, they kind of dipped again. But it says we had about 15,000 views, average about 8 minutes. DOE, what did I say? I thought I said Department of Energy. What did I say? Yeah, I am that tired. But yeah, and then, yeah, playbacks, 15,000. That's cool. Let's get some timestamps for this. And I think, yeah, call it a night. And, cool stuff. Oh, I said Department of Education. Okay. Yep, it is Department of Energy. Sorry, DOE. The reason why it's at that time and it's at the end of a 1.5 hour section is because they, that was literally the only time this, department undersecretary could do it. So they have to shoehorn him in. I'm not sure if he's presenting live or it's pre-recorded, actually. That's going to be fun to understand. And yes, grab some Flaming Hot Monster Munch. I'll have to go out and get some tomorrow. So again, thank you all. 11-hour live stream. Same again tomorrow.